we will have adjustments to the schedule today.
We're live.
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. Today is Friday, May 7th. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I will explain to people who are new to this format that the committee is assembled today electronically, and for the purpose of inviting public comment on these hearings, there are 5 bills today that we will hear for the first time. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted using the electric format. It's being live streamed on YouTube channel. This means that anyone who's a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. For those of you who are in the waiting room and are waiting to testify, you cannot be seen or heard until you are called into this room and asked to present your testimony. After testimony is presented by the sponsor, I will ask if there are any legislators who wish to offer testimony, as they may have to be at another meeting later today. Before each bill, after that is presented, I will ask the public to raise your hand if you wish to provide testimony on the bill we are discussing. I will now ask the members to introduce themselves, and I will recognize Co-Chair Representative Warren.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. Good morning, everyone. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent the city of Hallowell and the towns of Manchester and West Gardner in the House.
Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, which includes Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Thank you. Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent House District 116, the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru, in the beautiful, sunny, white mountains of Maine.
And Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Bill Pluker. I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union.
And Representative Costain.
Good morning, Dan Costain. I represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna.
Thank you. I don't see Representative Morales. I will go to Representative Radnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield, and I am live here from the Capitol, under protest still because we adjourned over a month ago. Thank you.
Representative Lookner.
Morning, I'm Grayson Lookner. I represent District 37 as part of Portland, neighborhoods of Libbytown, Rosemont, Strawwater, and Nason's Corner.
I don't see Representative Newman today. All right. So, but we do have a quorum. I am Senator Susan DeChambeau, District, I think it's 32, and I represent the towns of Dayton, Lyman, Alfred, Arundel, Kennebunk-Port, and Biddeford. Now I will explain to you for each bill here today. I will call upon the sponsors, as I've said, and co-sponsors. After the presentation, we will call on members of the public, and based on how they registered to vote. So I will then ask those who wish to speak in support of the bill to raise their hand, and you will be brought in about 3 people at a time to testify. And then we'll go anyone who is in opposition of the proposed bill to testify. And then lastly, people who wish to testify neither for nor against the bill. When you appear and you are recognized, I will ask that you state your name, your place of residence, and any organization you may be representing. We have a clock, a 3-minute clock, and I forgot, I should not have forgotten, 2 very important people on the clock. In that little box that you're looking at, you'll see the LD that we're going to be doing that moment. And there's Deb Fahey. Some of you may have talked to her on the phone or email. She's our committee clerk. And Jane Overton, who will raise her hand. There she is. She's our policy analyst who keeps very good notes for us and works with us during work sessions. So remember, a 3-minute clock, and I will open up the hearing today. Good morning, Representative Cloutier.
Good morning. Hello, friends.
Let me just suggest, Representative Cloutier, I need to make an adjustment to the schedule.
Sure.
LD 1447 will be last today. I do have 2 fireworks bills. Senator Serway, I will say that we have Representative Cloutier here. I'd like to begin with her bill 1307. And if you will notify the interested person, 1348, your bill, we will do that bill right after Representative Cloutier. So we'll do the 2 fireworks bills, and then 1290, and then 1313, and then lastly 1447. So welcome again, Representative Cloutier. This is a bill, let me just, what is the 1307? I want to read this. 1307 is a bill, an act to restrict the sale, purchase, and use of fireworks in the state. So again, you may give us your testimony, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. As you know, I am Kristen Cloutier, and I am proud to represent House District 60, part of my hometown of Lewiston. I am here today to present LD 1307, an act to restrict the sale, purchase, and use of fireworks in the state. As a former municipal official in Lewiston, and now as a state representative, one of the complaints I have received most often from my constituents is about fireworks, and that's in a municipality that already prohibits them. My constituents have described in detail the safety issues, trauma, and nuisance caused by fireworks to their families and property, those suffering from PTSD and other mental health issues, and their pets. In addition, the state's stance on consumer fireworks has left municipalities to create and implement their own ordinances, which are largely unenforceable and unmanageable by our already overburdened public safety personnel, whose response costs real taxpayer dollars. What we have is a patchwork system that changes from town to town and is impossible to keep track of. I have yet to meet a person working in public safety who enjoys responding to complaints about fireworks. In fact, in Lewiston alone since 2007, when fireworks were made legal within the state, police response to fireworks violations have tripled. While law enforcement has never wanted to respond to these complaints, having to do so 3 times more often is an excessive waste of public service time and resources. While individual town ordinances are available online, they differ from town to town, hence the patchwork approach to ordinances that I mentioned earlier. In addition, not everyone has internet access, as we have become acutely more aware of during this pandemic, and it is highly unlikely, and I would say unreasonable, to expect people to visit town offices to ascertain this information, given that tourists and state residents as well travel through multiple towns when they visit the state in the summer. Clearly, something isn't working. This is further evidenced by the fact that legislation has been introduced to restrict consumer fireworks in some way or another since they were made legal. And I think you're hearing one of those bills immediately following this one. Our jobs as state representatives is to represent the constituents in our districts. In that regard, I share this short excerpt from an email sent by a constituent who couldn't be with us today, which I believe paints a very vivid picture of the situation we have created. She said, I've been reporting fireworks violations for the past 3 years. The latest was just now and another one at dinner time, and this year is the worst one yet. I've yet to meet anyone who feels this law is a good idea or enjoys hearing fireworks going off randomly and in locations where it's supposed to be illegal. The citizens are not being well served, and public safety officers certainly have better things to do than chase down errant fireworks violators. It is especially disturbing that those of us who never wish to be at the mercy of unexpected loud explosions, nor see our animals frightened to the point of behavioral changes, had no say in the passage of this short-sighted legislation. Since the sale of fireworks became legal, summer in Lewiston has taken on a sense of being on edge every night. It doesn't matter what time of night or day, or what day it is, I can expect to hear what sounds like mortars as late as 1 or 2 a.m. I've made countless calls to 911 in the past and expect to do the same this summer. In fact, loud explosions are going on as I write in a zone and at a time that's supposed to be fireworks free. Why must we have our quality of life diminished because some think it's fun to blow things up? Summer in Maine used to be a time of long-awaited pleasure and ease. No longer. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Cloutier? Seeing none, again, thank you. I will ask if there are any co-sponsors or other legislators who wish to testify on this bill. To please raise your hand, we'll let you in.
Seeing no hands, Senator.
Thank you. I now will ask anyone wishing to speak in support of LD 1307. Please raise your hand, we'll let you in.
Bringing over 2 people.
Okay, thank you. At some point, if someone doesn't ask the question I wanted to ask you, Representative Cloutier, I'll make a note of it. I completely forgot I had a question, but I'll wait.
So if you could ask it now, that would be great, because I actually have to run and give testimony in another bill in another committee.
I want to look at your bill, section 7, number 1, under ordinances. What is crossed out is the sale and use of consumer fireworks within the plantation and subject to title. Is this saying that individual communities would not be able to have an ordinance regulating or allowing fireworks or selling fireworks?
So the point of this bill is restriction across the state. So what we have currently is a system where individual municipalities and can create ordinances. And my point in bringing this bill forward is saying that that system does not work. So the statewide ban would take the place of the individual municipality piece.
Having been a leader of a community, that's a difficult thing to say, and I can imagine. So, okay. Thank you.
Except that the one thing I would add is that in the numerous conversations I've had and in the numerous roles I've played in a municipality, no one that I have dealt with in the city of Lewiston wants to deal with the fireworks issue. They would prefer that it just be taken off the table. So as much as I value local control in a lot of ways, this is one place where I differ a little bit on that.
But like everything else, no, they can't make it any stronger than what the state's doing it. No, yes, they can. I forgot about that. All right, I'm just thinking out loud. I appreciate your comment, though. Thank you. I now will recognize Scott Harriman, who raised his hand in support of this bill. Welcome, Mr. Harriman.
Hello, I'll read my written testimony and try to stay within the 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Dear Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Scott Harriman. I live in Lewiston, and I'm speaking today in support of LD 1307. Despite fireworks being illegal in much of Lewiston, they continue to be used extensively here every year, especially in the days before and after July 4th. I've contacted city officials with my concerns and ideas on how to do a better job of education and enforcement around this issue. But no matter how hard individual municipalities try, people can still just take a short drive to a different town and buy all the fireworks they want. The fire danger from exploding fireworks in areas where buildings are only a few yards apart is bad enough, but the stress on people and animals is my main concern. I lose countless hours of sleep every year, especially in July, from being woken up over and over again by illegal fireworks. In addition to losing sleep, I have autism, and these extremely loud, intermittent explosions trigger a lot of anxiety and stress for me. Every July 4th, my 2 cats also exhibit signs of stress and anxiety and usually stop eating. I've heard from several other local people about their pets' distress too. In 2020, the illegal fireworks in downtown Lewiston started on July 3rd and continued every day and night through July 11th. On the night of July 4th, they were fired off steadily until 2 a.m., only to start up again at 6 a.m. I was born in Maine, and I've lived here my entire life, and I find it to be a very special place. With so much of our economy dependent on tourism, we need to get back to what we have always done to set ourselves apart and truly be vacation land. Our historical bans on billboards and consumer fireworks have been major components of that, but we have unfortunately lost one of them. The last time I took a vacation on Mount Desert Island, I had to cut it short by several days because the people who lived next door to the campground were continuously setting off fireworks. I have seriously considered simply going to Quebec for a week or two every July once the border reopens, but I can't bear to leave my cats suffering here alone. Monetarily, we don't even gain that much as a state by allowing fireworks sales. According to annual reports from the legislature, which I linked to in my written testimony, we bring in just $30,000 to $40,000 in licensing fees per year. WGME also reported in 2019 that annual sales tax revenue from fireworks is less than $300,000. Contrast that with tourism, which generates tax revenue in the hundreds of millions of dollars. We can't afford to drive tourists away, but we can afford to get rid of consumer fireworks once again. Mainers and people who visit our state have had to deal with this nuisance for almost a decade now. It's long past time to once again allow us the peace and quiet we used to enjoy for most of our lifetime and prohibit consumer fireworks for good.
Could you
Some
wrap
may
it up
argue,
now, Scott? Thank you.
some may argue that cities and towns should decide for themselves whether they want to allow fireworks or not, but in reality, they do not have that ability, no matter what their local ordinances say, because people can simply visit a different town to purchase fireworks and continue to set them off in our neighborhoods, causing ordinary citizens to suffer. I respectfully ask the committee to support LD 1307, and I thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harriman. Any questions of Mr. Harriman? Seeing none, again, thank you. And now we'll recognize Tom and Katie Bryant. Welcome. You're muted, Mrs. Bryant. You're muted, yeah. No, you still are muted. We can't hear you.
There.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's delicate. Go ahead.
I'm Katie Bryant of Wiscasset, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. My home in Wiscasset abuts a fireworks warehouse that has caused our home to become unmortgageable. There's a reason for that. Consumer fireworks are Division 1.4G explosives, considered hazardous materials by the U.S. Department of Transportation. Their explosiveness should not be played down as it was in work sessions for LD 180. A warehouse filled with tons of consumer fireworks is way more scary than a warehouse full of paper towels. The legalization of fireworks in Maine was opposed by the previous fire marshal, John Dean, back in 2012. According to Superior Court Judge Murphy's May 2020 ruling, the off-site warehouse needs a separate license to sell fireworks. That's a retail license to sell, because the fireworks are possessed with the intent to sell. That retail license has not been obtained. You might expect the public to be protected by rulings like this and other laws. The problem is that the laws are ignored on a regular basis. In Wiscasset, the 60-foot separation requirement was ignored at both the store and the warehouse. State law also says a person under age 21 may not be admitted to the storage building unless accompanied by a parent or guardian. That one was broken. We encountered a young boy standing alone outside the open door of the warehouse, unsupervised until a woman came along in a car a while later and picked him up. A scenario of this sort could result in disaster. State law also prohibits flame-producing devices to be in the building with the fireworks. However, the warehouse next to us has propane-fired forklifts and tanks, propane tanks, in with the fireworks. The other bill, LD 180, won't help people in our situation because although fireworks storage will be prohibited in a residential area, the term isn't defined, leaving some people equating the term residential area with residential zone. And the kicker is that there can be heavy residential use in a rural zone. Even though the word zone isn't used at all in NFPA 1124, and even though Judge Lance Walker ruled that the matter was under the jurisdiction of the state and not the local planning board, confusion and misinformation persists. Also, LD 180 won't provide for formal inspections of storage facilities and doesn't address the issue of setbacks to a road, also pointing to conflicting definitions of highway anyway. So LD 1307 will solve this nightmare of inadequate laws being ignored, and the fire marshal's office being stretched too thin to be responsible for it all. Thank you for this opportunity. My husband's also got his hand raised for testimony.
Hi there, Tom.
Hello. Okay, should I start now? Or?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Hello, I'm Tom Bryant. I live at 32 JB's Way in Wiscasset, and I appreciate this opportunity to testify about LD 1307. What I'd like to talk about today is that regarding fireworks, the legislature has essentially three choices this session. One, do nothing, keeping the status quo, or two, pass LD 180, perhaps with amendments to protect the general public, or pass LD 1307, which would essentially ban most consumer fireworks in Maine. Option one, doing nothing, is not a viable option since many fireworks vendors in the state of Maine are storing fireworks illegally in off-site locations, which has been deemed illegal by a recent Superior Court decision. Option two, passing LD 180, which would allow off-site storage facilities, is flawed because it does not adequately address three issues. One, the term residential area is not defined, leaving it up to the state fire marshal's office to interpret. And they have stated that they don't have the expertise to do that, and they would defer that determination back to the towns. Meanwhile, there is another court decision that states here, compliance with NFPA standards falls within the jurisdiction of the state fire marshal. The planning board has no authority to review or apply NFPA 1124. Thus, we're left with a catch-22 situation. On the one hand, the state fire marshal's office has stated that they cannot interpret the standard, and on the other hand, the court has stated the town is not authorized to do so. That leaves no one to determine what is or is not a residential area, and that leaves people who clearly live in a residential area but don't happen to have residential zoning without any protection from the hazards, physical, emotional, and financial, posed by the presence of consumer fireworks storage facilities in their midst. Two, NFPA 1124, which would be invoked by LD 180, does not provide any setback requirements, none at all, between a consumer fireworks distribution facility and a highway. Although we realize that the SFMO has stated in the 2/17/21 work session for LD 180 that such a setback requirements exist, we are convinced that it does not. You can easily verify this for yourself simply by checking NFPA 1124. There is a setback requirement stated in paragraph 6.7.2, but that covers storage at manufacturing facilities, not distribution facilities. The paragraph that does cover distribution facilities is paragraph 6.7.1, and that provides absolutely no setback requirements between a highway and a distribution warehouse. Without such a requirement, any fireworks vendor would be free to place his warehouse as close to a highway as state and local regulations allow for any other type of facility, perhaps only a few feet from the travel lane. 3, the two NFPA standards invoked by LD 180, NFPA 1124, and NFP 495 have conflicting definitions of highway.
Mr. Bryan,
Could you please wrap it up? Your
Yeah.
time is up, please.
Yeah, any reference to those two standards should invoke a consistent definition of highway and make it clear that the more inclusive definition found in NFPA 495 is to be used. Option 3, passage of LE 1307 would rectify all the problems identified above for options 1 and 2 and is the option that we support.
Mr. Bryan, you have submitted your testimony for us to read.
I have submitted this in writing, yes.
Good, thank you, because that's something we would make reference to. You gave us a lot of numbers there that will take.
I know, I realize that.
No, that's quite all right. That's what we expect, and thank you. Any questions for Mr. and Mrs. Bryan? Katie and Tom, I should say. So seeing none, again, thank you very much. I now will ask if there's anyone else that wishes to speak in support of LD 1307. I don't believe there are any. I will ask anyone who wishes to speak in opposition of this bill. Please raise your hand.
I'm bringing one person over.
Thank you.
2.
I will recognize, could I see who's there? I have the names. Please put your video on. Okay. Daniel Pert, is it?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. And then Stephen Marson. So I'll recognize you, Daniel, first. Your testimony, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair DeChambeau, Chairwoman Warren, members of the committee. My name is Daniel Peart, Director of Government Affairs for Phantom Fireworks. Thank you for the opportunity to present comments for you today. At Phantom, we believe that this falls as an issue of local enforcement. This was a matter of local enforcement before the law was changed back in 2010 or 2011. As we all know, the sale and use of fireworks is permitted throughout the state in New Hampshire. And for decades and decades, Mainers had been traveling across the border into New Hampshire to purchase fireworks and bring them back to the state, at that time illegally. And that had been the status quo up until the law was changed. And that was, at the time, the major impetus for the law change back in 2010 or 2011. I don't remember the exact year. That was the reasoning given at the time. Going a step farther than that, if fireworks are going to be used by Mainers, which has been proven to be a fact since before and after the law was changed, one point that's ignored is if the use and sale of consumer fireworks is made to be illegal again in the state of New Hampshire, then no one is able to give any sort of targeted safety message in terms of proper use, handling, and storage of consumer fireworks if the commodity and all of its related use is deemed illegal in the state. And that's a fact. And that's something that we've experienced in our stores in Maine. Phantom has opened 2 stores in Maine since the law was passed 10 years ago. And notably, in Indiana, when the law was changed there in 2006, there was mandatory reporting for any fireworks related injury that must be reported to the state fire marshal's office from the hospital or the emergency room that took in that injury. The number of fireworks related injuries actually decreased. The raw number of fireworks related injuries decreased by 40% once the law was changed. Reason being is because at that point, there were then permitted days of use as opposed to saying fireworks are not legal to use at all. And we were able to give out this specific safety message. So again, the point remains, if we make it illegal, Mainers have already proven they're going to use fireworks anyways. I understand it's very difficult to enforce, being that it's very condensed into one time period per year. But I would suggest to this committee that if fireworks are to be allowed for 1 day, 2 day, 3 days, whatever it is, and if that day is advertised, I believe that Mainers are reasonable people and that they will follow those laws. And it also makes enforcement, therefore, easier if we condense the days of legal use versus the days of non-legal use. Then you give people an outlet to express themselves, enjoy their freedom, celebrate Independence Day as safe and responsible people as they've proven that they can be. And then one final point, I'll be very brief. Representative Cloutier mentioned that no one wants to deal with the fireworks issue. I have to very strongly disagree with that. As we all know, it's a lot easier for people to express their vocality in opposition of something. And when people are happy with the status quo or supportive of something, you don't hear from them as often. I would imagine that Phantom can go through its customer database, which consists of tens of thousands of Mainers that shop in our store every year. And they would tell you that they don't mind dealing with the fireworks issue, and they would speak in support of what I'm saying before you today.
Okay.
The time is up, and I appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Pert, for being here. I like your idea. Are you suggesting that Maine just allow fireworks on Independence Day as a way to, I think you used the term, celebrate our freedom?
So what we have seen that's been effective in the past is our holiday is very specific to the day of the week, right? So sometimes July 4th falls on a Wednesday, and that would typically indicate that the weekend before, the weekend after. When this is done in other states, it's typically provided for in that manner, whether it's July 3rd, 4th, and 5th, possibly the preceding or immediately following weekend if it falls in the middle of the week. But yes, fleshing out the details is always the hardest part, but that is the methodology that seems to have been effective in other states.
Great. Thank you. That's definitely something I can get behind. Thank you.
When you said that, Mr. Perk, you had mentioned Indiana. So now you're saying there are other states with an S. Could you, for our work session, give us a list of those states that regulate that?
That regulate use by specific days?
Yes, something close to that, if you have that. So for reference.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else have any questions of Mr. Pert? Seeing none, I will now recognize and welcome Stephen Marson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Stephen Marson. I'm the president of Central Maine Pyrotechnics, a fireworks display company that does fireworks in all of New England. And I am the owner of Pyro City, Maine consumer fireworks retail stores, in which I have 5 of them in the state of Maine. I find myself here again this year speaking to the committee in regards to fireworks because of in what I would consider the 80-20 rule. 80% of the people in the United States don't say anything, and 20% of the people have issues with things, and then we end up making laws to accommodate the minority versus the majority. When the state passed this law back in 2010, I was not even a person thinking that it would ever happen. But the law did pass. And what I did as a small business was went and opened 5 stores. I took 39 unemployed people off the street and gave them a job that gave them health benefits, vacation time, personal time, education fees, as well as clothing allowances for working in my stores. To this day, I still do that for all of my employees as a small business. I pay half their health care. I give them 2 weeks vacation. I give them 5 personal days. I contribute 6% to their 401k plan, and I take care of my employees. And in regards to the issues of, I've heard about distributions and warehousing and all this and that stuff. My facility is maintained and inspected by the United States Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms because I am a display company. And at my facility, we also have a warehouse area that consumer fireworks are stored in. And when the federal government comes here to inspect my facility, they also look at that, even though they do not regulate it under ATF. So the thing is that we are a very responsible business that make it very inviting for people to come to our stores because they are professional stores with professional people. We have licensed technicians that explain to the people how to use fireworks safely. There's programs in place that talk about distances and livestock and animals and respect your neighbor campaigns. The majority of people that use fireworks safely are responsible. But you always have that group of people that get together that could care less about regulations in any municipality, whether they're for it or against it, are still going to light fireworks. You guys can start fireworks tomorrow. I will guarantee you July. I'll guarantee you this weekend. They'll be going off because they're illegal. People are going to do it. The thing is that I've invested millions of dollars and employ people in the state of Maine that have a good paying job with benefits. That now, because of a minority, we want to stop fireworks in the state of Maine again and say, we don't want this business.
Would you wrap up, please, Mr. Morrison? Thank you.
I will wrap up right now because 3 minutes is really not enough time to talk to all you folks about the investment I made in this state and in the people of Maine and in my business. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Any questions? Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Marson, for being here. Do you have polling on this minority majority issue you're presenting to us?
Do I have what?
Any polling on the silent minority majority issue you're reporting to us?
Do I have polling? I will take a poll. I do not have a poll on it, but I can assure you, starting in my stores today, we will take a poll.
I think it would be interesting for us to know at the work session because we certainly do have a lot of folks that reach out and complain about fireworks, but so we don't hear from the people as much that, you know, love the fireworks just because of pets, etc. So I think it would be interesting to get some information about what you're saying. What do you think about the idea that Mr. Pert brought up of fireworks being limited to just Independence Day?
I do not agree.
Or I'm sorry, as he said, and I just want to make sure I say this right, the weekend before and after or something like that.
I do not agree with that because, and this is the reason why. The state of Maine made the most difficult law of all laws when they made it, back when they allowed consumer fireworks. Consumer fireworks can only be sold in a standalone building. They cannot be allowed to sell any other type of item in them other than fireworks. So I made an investment in 5 buildings. You know, I got a $4 million investment in buildings that I can only use for fireworks the 365 days a year. I cannot use them for anything else. And it is not even, it's not even cost effective if I could only use fireworks for 1 week a year in that building. What do I do with all the people that I hired? You know, what am I going to do with them? Lay them off and bring people back to work for 1 week a year? That isn't feasible. The one thing you'll find out about a lot of other states that just do this is that their regulations aren't like Maine. They allow for tents to be put up on every street corner and people to sell them for just that 1 week around 4th of July. So the thing is that Maine has a standalone building law that requires sprinkling systems and all kinds of safety parameters that we have to put in them. Now, a lot of these other states don't require standalone buildings. You can work out of the back of the trunk of your car. You can work out of a box truck. You could be packing anywhere you want to. People talk about, you know, having fireworks encroaching on their property. Guess what? They could pull right up to downtown Hollowell and pack on the street and sell fireworks out of the back of their car. Okay, that's how the state laws are in some other states.
You make a good point. You make a good point. I understand what you're saying. Thank you for sharing that information. It's good to see you, Mr. Marson.
Same here, Charlotte.
Thank you for mentioning that, Mr. Marson. And the other fireworks bills, we were reading about other states, and it's pretty scary what those rules are. I would like you to tell us the 5 stores where they're located in Maine, if you would.
I have a store in Presque Isle, Maine. I have one in Winslow, Maine, Manchester, Maine, Farmington, Maine, Edgecombe, Maine. I closed 3 other stores, which were in Skowhegan, Wyndham, and Ellsworth. And the reason why I closed those stores was because when I put them there, the towns authorized the use of fireworks in their municipality. And upon years of fireworks and this and that, people complaining, the towns ruled against them using them within those municipalities. My sales dropped from making money in those stores to a break-even point. And as a businessman, if you can't make money in your investment, then you shouldn't keep the place open. So I closed 3 stores. And you know, it's unfortunate that that happened. But again, as listening to people talk, community people complain because people are doing fireworks all the time because it's readily and easily available for them to get. So they changed the ordinances in their town so that they can't use them, other than on specific days like, you know, around 4th of July, Labor Day, New Year's Eve, Christmas. And they set up certain days they allowed them to use them. But they're
So
still
they're-
being fired other days also, which, you know, again, it's.
So you're telling us, Mr. Marston, that there are communities in Maine that have already, within their ordinances, limited the times of the year they use fireworks, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, one thing about that I failed to mention, in all of our stores, we have the state fire marshal's listing of all the ordinances for every municipality and what their days are that they can fire fireworks. I mean, we're required to do that, you know, and the thing is that as a businessman, we're doing everything we can. I know the folks at Phantom are, and I know the folks at my stores are, to make people aware of where you live, because when they come and buy fireworks, we're required to get identification to make sure they're over 21. And, you know, it's like the next bill coming up about livestock, you know, right there you folks are looking at, you know, people, we keep bringing it to their attention every day. If you come in my store 5 times a day and buy fireworks, you're going to get the same message from us 5 times over, because we're required to give you safety information. We're required to point you to the fire marshal's ordinance things that's on our bulletin board. We have a safety area, we have a safety video. And the thing is, we're doing everything as responsible as we can as a business to educate the public and how to use fireworks safely and to respect the ordinance of the municipality they're in. Because we tell them, as fast as the state passed this law 12 years ago, you guys can take it away if you're not being responsible and being neighborly. You gotta be responsible to your neighbors. You gotta let your neighbors know what you're doing if you're having fireworks. You know, I mean.
Thank you, Mr. Marston, for all that information. I would ask Mr. Overton, I'd like to ask that Joe Thomas, I forget what his title is, Director Chief, for that list. I'd like to look at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I recognize Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Marston, for being here today. First of all, I want to thank you for being a businessman who takes care of his employees. That's a very very good thing, and I applaud you for that. Secondly, I want to thank you for all of the information that you have provided to us, because in 180, when we did LD 180 and others, we've heard a lot of information all the way through these bills, but you've given me and the committee a lot of other information we did not have, and to be able to be used and when we do the work this bill. And what I would ask, and my question would be, could you please take and send us in the queue, or send us your testimony so that we can have that, so we can go over and have in front of us when we work this bill? It would be very helpful.
I will do that, sir.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands raised, thank you very much. I was in opposition. If there's anybody waiting, we are still in opposition. Doesn't look like there'd be anyone else right now. I will also ask if you wish to testify neither for nor against, please raise your hand and we'll let you in.
Seeing no hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So this concludes the hearing on 1307, and I close the hearing now. Thank you. We will have a work session. Do we have it listed? I think Mr. Marston would like to know. I wouldn't be surprised. Do we know if?
Yep, we do. Hold on.
And that is 1307.
Tuesday.
Next Tuesday will be the
Tuesday,
work
the
session.
11th at 9 o'clock.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. The next one is another fireworks. And this is Senator Stairway is the sponsor. 1348, an act to limit the decibel levels of fireworks near working farms. Senator Stairway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I'm State Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, which includes Albion, Benton, Clinton, Fairfield, Unity Township, Waterville, and Winslow. I am before you today to present testimony on LD 1348, an act to limit the decibel level of fireworks near working farms. As someone who comes from an agricultural background, I'm well aware of how high-strung horses and other stock animals can become at loud noises and quick movements. So when Maine Farm Bureau asked me to submit legislation minimizing the use of fireworks around livestock, I was happy to do so. I should mention, however, that since submitting this legislation, it has become clear that tracking decibel levels and monitoring sound, which can travel great distances, is not easily conducted. I've had a handful of conversations with those in the agricultural community and the fireworks industry over the last couple of weeks. And based on those conversations, I'm bringing forward an amendment to LD 1348, which was proposed by those in the fireworks industry. The amendment would require an individual that is using consumer fireworks within 250 feet of a neighboring property owner's livestock pen or containment area to notify the owner or manager of the livestock no less than 5 days in advance, so precautions can be put in place to ensure the safety and well-being of the animals in order to keep fireworks legal while still respecting our farm communities around the state. I feel this is a good starting point and an attempt to addressing a real problem. You will hear from others who would like to see that only low noise fireworks be permitted under the urban compact zones, such as cities and municipal ordinances are not in place. I am for the change to low noise fireworks and believe this would help protect our livestock, but it has been brought to my attention, as you will hear from others, that there are a few low noise fireworks available on the market. Additionally, enforcing municipal ordinances is difficult since we no longer have constables to rely on. We now rely on fire marshals and law enforcement to deal with the complaints, which is why addressing this on the state level makes the most sense. With what I would ask that you carefully consider the proposal before you. This is a complex matter, and any step we can take to protect the well-being of animals engaged in agricultural production and livestock will be a step in the right direction. Again, I feel that this will help to reduce possible injury to animals and their handlers while keeping fireworks legal for those who wish to use them carefully and respectfully. I thank you for your time, and I am happy to work with the committee to come up with something to get the ball rolling if the amendment before you is not enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Senator Searway? I appreciate the last part. Throughout your testimony, I was thinking if this was really just a community situation that through their ordinances and through their selectmen or council, but then you made me realize that rural areas depend on what, state police or
That's
or what
right.
have you. That's all right. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
point. Anyone wishing to speak in support of LD 1348? Please raise your hand. We'll let you in support.
I'm bringing a few people over.
Mr. Pert, are you in support?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am. Given the senator's amendments today, we would like to testify in support of the bill.
Okay. I don't have that written. What I have is requiring the individual using fireworks within 250 feet of neighboring property that has livestock. Is that pretty much the amendment?
That's our understanding, yes.
Okay. So you're in support with that amendment?
We are. We would be prepared to testify in support if that amendment is accepted by the committee.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Pert? Okay. I now will recognize Julianne Smith in support of this bill.
I'm sorry, Senator, Mr. Pert didn't have a chance to testify.
Could he testify?
Is that, I'm sorry if I cut you short, Mr. Pert.
Excuse me.
You wish to make a testimony?
Yeah, no worries. I didn't want to speak out of order. I'll be very, very brief. Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair DeChambeau, Madam Chair Warren, members of the committee. It's me again. We appreciate the opportunity to work with Senator Searway over the last couple of weeks. The decibel level was always a major concern for us. There's historical perspective on this. The Consumer Product Safety Commission for years has attempted to measure consumer fireworks by decibel level and ultimately ended up scrapping the idea for various reasons, but primarily because of two major components. One, there's no hearing device or individual that will hear things the same way. Simply put, you can get different readings from different devices, and that can contaminate the results. Secondly, the environment surrounding wherever the noise that you're measuring is contained. So if it's a flat area, if it's encased within some kind of a quarry with high walls, whatever the case being, the surrounding environment, wherever the noise is that you're mentioning, has a profound impact on the readings of any of these devices or individuals that's attempting to measure one of these devices. Again, this is something that the Consumer Product Safety Commission, which is the chief agency tasked with the enforcement of consumer fireworks in the United States, scrapped any of these decibel level testing requirements or hearing. They called it the ear test for a number of years. Any of these sort of testing criteria were scrapped for these reasons alone. So we found that this may be an actually enforceable and productive way to try to deal with the problem at hand, being that of scaring any sort of animals or livestock. Just essentially being a good neighbor. and letting someone know that if you're going to use fireworks within a certain proximity, give them proper notice. And either you can make arrangements to use your fireworks somewhere else, or they can make arrangements to keep their livestock in an area that keeps them safe. So that's it. We appreciate the committee's consideration of this amendment. Once again, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator, you're on mute.
Yep, I pressed too many times. Any questions of Mr. Pert? Seeing none, I will now, I think I recognize Julianne Smith. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Julianne Smith, and I am the Executive Director of the Maine Farm Bureau Association. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan, grassroots membership organization that was formed in 1951 to speak as a collective voice of thousands of farmers throughout Maine. Each year, our farmer members meet to discuss, decide, and prioritize policy for our organization. One of the biggest complaints our farmers have addressed has been harm to livestock by the noise of fireworks. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to serve as the voice of our farmers today to support LD 1348. While the celebratory use of fireworks in Maine is a time-honored tradition, it is one that farmers dread. Animals by their nature are unpredictable and can easily be startled by unexpected noise, especially loud noises. Most fireworks range from 150 to 175 decibels, far exceeding the 85 decibel level of most tractors. The repeated and sporadic loud bursts of noise are extremely stressful to animals and have the consequence of animal escape, injury, and sometimes death. Our intention with this legislation was to strike a balance between the tradition of community use of celebratory fireworks and the need to protect our livestock. Even when provided with advance notice, it is nearly impossible to protect our livestock from the loud and obtrusive noise of fireworks. Cattle, horse, sheep, goat, llama, and alpaca owners will stable their animals when given advance notice, but even then the animals can respond adversely, kicking through stall gates, causing significant and costly damage to themselves or the farm property, and costing taxpayers when animal control attempts to rescue escaped livestock. Trying to corral a distressed animal that weighs 1,500 pounds can be very dangerous for the farmer and emergency workers, not to mention stressful. These costly vet bills and repair bills are devastating to farmers that are operating with little to no profit margin. This is especially problematic for dairy farmers who often see a reduction of milk production in their cows for several days after a fireworks display, resulting in a substantive loss of income. We are concerned that the proposed amendment to provide a notice to a livestock owner within 250 feet of the pen or containment area is inadequate and unenforceable. There are many low noise fireworks on the market that are easily purchased in Maine, according to a quick Google search. This is a growing market as many states are implementing requirements for low noise fireworks. We strongly believe that consumer fireworks used in close vicinity to livestock farms should be limited to low noise fireworks. There is no need for neighbors to utilize the big explosive power that drives mega displays high into the air for viewing by thousands and causes noise that distresses livestock and farmers. We urge the committee to vote ought to pass to provide farmers with the ability to keep their livestock safe and retain positive relationships with their neighbors. I thank you for your time and service to the people of Maine, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I miss going to the Farm Bureau weekends. I can't wait to do that again.
We miss you too. We miss everyone. We were very sad to not have our pie socials this past spring, but certainly hope to next year.
Julie, don't mention the pies. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Julianne, for being here today. All my question is, would you please provide us with your testimony you just gave so we can have it for the work session?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Smith? No? Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify in support of LD 1348? I think not in, yes. Anyone in support? Oh, I have questions. Representative Pickett, is your hand? Okay. Representative Reckitt? Oh, you're muted. Yeah.
Sorry. Hopping back and forth between committees makes for my not as good as my usual poor performance on the computer. My question is, Ms. Smith, is she still on? That was who my question.
Julie?
Yes, I am.
My question was, you mentioned that the separation, the 250 feet limit was 250 yard or feet, I can't remember. But anyway, that the distance in the bill was not sufficient to protect or to erase the problem. Do you have a sense of how big a margin would have to be in order to not have an impact on the animals?
I believe the gentleman that testified before me spoke to how it is very challenging because different people, different animals hear things differently. And that is one of our concerns with putting a physical requirement on this. You know, if you have, for example, a property, a river, and then an adjacent property, that the river causes that noise to be carried much further than it typically would. And one of our bigger concerns was how do we measure from a pen, because a lot of times there's temporary pens that are set up. You know, I think that would be very difficult and unmanageable for any municipality to try to enforce.
Thank you.
That's a good point. I think it would have to be specified, probably 250 feet from the property line is what they said. It's not from the farmhouse or from the barn. It should be from the property line and maybe posted. Just a sec. Representative Costain.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Smith, maybe instead of a footage area, we could just put in there for language for the amendment that they need to notify the people that it's going to happen. I mean, instead of a foot, and then we wouldn't have to, you know, a footage area, then we wouldn't have to worry about, you know, is it 250 feet from one pasture or the other? If you're making notification to the farmer that you're going to have a party and you're going to do fireworks this weekend, I mean, maybe that would be something, because at least that could be enforced. I can't see what you're feeling there.
Well, I certainly appreciate that idea, Representative Costain, and I think we've had some issues with that in the past. Many of our farmers have specifically asked neighbors that they know utilize fireworks throughout the summer, and say, you know, please let us know. We'll try to get our animals inside, and not all neighbors have been willing to do that. And so then the problem becomes, even if that becomes law, what happens when people don't abide by that? Yeah, they might get a ticket if it's provable that they didn't adhere to the notification. And from the farmer side, you know, we had some issues years ago where we were required to proactively notify every time we were spraying pesticides. That caused a lot of very negative neighbor interactions. So I think the easiest solution to all of this is to say, you know, any land abutting a property that has livestock, use low noise fireworks. From my research, they seem to be readily available. The reason that larger, the more loud fireworks are loud is because they need that extra boost to get high up into the air for the big displays. If you're just doing it on your own property, you don't need the fireworks to go very high. So you should be able to create the same effect with a low noise option.
Follow up.
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
My understanding, Ms. Smith, is that there's not many options for the low noise. If you talk to Phantom or the other gentleman, I believe there's not many options for low noise fireworks, very limited.
I can't speak to the specifics of that, but I know that it is certainly a growing industry because a lot of states are now requiring that. So I think that, you know, moving forward, there will be more availability, especially as there is more imported from Europe.
I'm curious also, Ms. Smith, you've been leading in the Farm Bureau organization and go to many farms and gatherings. Do you know of other states that have similar laws?
So I know that California and New York, I think they're doing it through municipalities. I don't think they're doing a statewide, but there are a lot of places throughout New York and California that are requiring only the use of low noise fireworks.
No, but of rules having to do with discharge of fireworks near animals. Do you know that?
Off the top of my head, I don't, but I'd be happy to get that for your work
If you could, that would be helpful. Thank you. All right. So, I was waiting for Representative Newman, who probably knows a little bit more than we do. Go ahead, Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'm going to introduce myself since I wasn't here at the beginning. Representative Newman from District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne. Ms. Smith, I think I heard you say when they were talking about distances that you weren't sure how they would prove, you know, the violations. And I'm trying to figure out how you'd prove somebody was using low noise fireworks versus normal fireworks.
I think that's through the purchase of the fireworks.
Yeah, but I mean, if somebody just purchased regular fireworks and used them, how would you prove a violation is what I kind of don't quite understand.
Well, I think you make a good point that I hadn't considered. I had assumed that people are purchasing fireworks in Maine. They say, all right, we live in this town. Then the fireworks dealer would have to say, okay, well, in that town, if you are living next to a farm, you have to have, you're only allowed to purchase these low noise fireworks. So I don't know how to reconcile that with if they're purchasing fireworks outside the state. I don't know what's done now about that.
Thank you. Guess we'll have to work on it at the work session.
Thank you. Representative Costain?
I promise this will be my last question. How is this going to be enforced? I just can't. I'm sitting here thinking, as a police officer, how are you going to enforce this?
Well, I was hoping the sale would enforce it, but that doesn't sound like that's necessarily a possibility. So, I mean, as Farm Bureau, we're happy to continue working on this. If the committee wanted to create a stakeholder group so that we can all meet and discuss it and come up with an idea that, you know, certainly doesn't put the fireworks industry out of business, but protects our farmers, we would be more than willing to participate in that so that we have the time to resolve some of these issues in a way that benefits everyone.
Thank you.
I thought I saw another hand up. No. So this was in support. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Please raise your hand.
Seeing no hands except, seeing no hands.
It's okay. I am now going to ask those in opposition to this.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Chair, there's been a Vicky Schmidt trying to get on, and I've texted our clerk, and she said she tried to resubmit and everything. It said it was all set. So I don't know why she's not able to get in, but anyway, she wanted to testify.
Okay. Well, we'll continue. And hopefully she submitted something in writing and we would make an effort to look at that. But let's now ask in opposition just to continue.
Seeing no hands.
Seeing no hands in opposition.
Senator,
Anyone-
you have, excuse me, Madam Chair, I don't want to, I want to make sure that Senator Searway has the opportunity for his person to testify. If you have her email address and send it to Deb, I'm sure she could send a link to Ms. Schmidt. I just.
Yeah, we've tried that and haven't heard. I'm waiting for an email from her and haven't gotten one.
Okay, great.
Ready to send her the link.
I'll send Deb her email.
Thank you, Deb. I didn't know you were involved. I just want to make sure
Thank
everybody
you.
has the opportunity. Thank you.
No problem.
I'd like to recognize Miss Overton, please.
I would say Ms. Schmidt's, thank you, Senator. Ms. Schmidt's testimony did come into the queue. Perhaps Senator Searway would like to read that to the committee the way people have read other people's testimony.
I just sent Deb her email, so she should be able to try to get her on. Let's see what happens here.
I think it's fine, Susan, excuse me, Madam Chair, to continue on and come back to her. I apologize for interrupting. I just didn't know we were making sure we were assisting her getting in.
Senator Searway, how do you feel about at least beginning to read her testimony? And if she joins us, we would welcome her also.
Okay, I don't know if I have her testimony. I'll look.
You don't have it, Representative Pickett? No, so we don't have it.
It's in the electronic testimony file.
Oh.
But it's not, the testimony isn't in there, I don't think. It's just the name to saying that there's been testimony she wants to
No, I have
testify
it.
for.
It came in.
Are we talking about Julie Ann Smith?
No.
No, Vicky Schmidt.
Okay, because Julie Ann Smith is on the queue right
Yeah.
now, waiting
No,
to talk
Vicky
in favor
Schmidt
of.
is.
All right. She's here. She's here.
She here?
Yes.
Good, she must be out of breath. Hello, Ms. Schmidt. If you unmute and put your video, we are looking forward to hear your testimony.
Takes us a few seconds, Senator.
Okay.
When I bring people over.
Apologize also, Julianne Smith. I know who she is now. I didn't at first, and she's already testified. My apologies.
You must go to those Farm Bureau socials.
I'll go to the next scheduled one. I'll take
Yeah.
Costain with me.
So she's coming in? I thought I saw her name a second ago.
She's in. I don't know what the problem is. It's she's not coming up. She's in the room though.
I noticed her voice things.
There she is. Welcome, Ms. Schmidt. You've had a lot of airtime waiting.
Hello? Hey. Oh my gosh. Thank you. I totally apologize.
No.
Can you hear me okay?
Does anyone else there have
You're getting a
there's an
reverberation.
echo.
Yeah.
Do you have two devices on, Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Okay, just have one on. We're getting.
Okay, is that better? Is that better?
Yes.
No.
Oh.
I totally apologize. I am not at all one that likes attention, so.
Yeah, you can hear, we're hearing you double.
Can you go down to either maybe one device, maybe turn off your video?
Yeah, turn off the YouTube. If you're watching the YouTube, turn it off.
I have no idea why this is doing this. Can you still hear
Technology.
me?
You can hear, we're hearing you double. Can you go down to either maybe one device, maybe turn off your video?
It sounds like their YouTube is running in the background.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, but because you have also YouTube on.
My computer is not telling me I do, but let me, all right, I'm gonna disconnect. Deborah just sent me a new link. I'm gonna disconnect and use that one.
Okay,
I apologize again.
go right ahead.
Sounds like their YouTube is running in the background.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, but because you have also YouTube. I think you've got to disconnect with everything and just go on one. There, she's gonna try.
Technology, right?
Well, I want to help her because it's frustrating. I
Yeah.
was the same way.
I know.
I'm guessing she had YouTube in another window behind. And
We were here in person, we wouldn't have this problem.
Representative Pickett, do you represent Buckfield and Hebron?
I do not.
Okay.
I
That's where
believe
she's-
that, I believe that is Representative
Want to try
Andrews.
again, Vicki?
Yes, I totally closed out my browser.
You're perfect now.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let me, I have testimony, but I also have lots of comments on everything that's been said before, so I'm going to
Well,
talk
you've
fast
got
and I will
a
get it in
limit,
within 3 minutes,
Vicki.
I promise.
Please tell us where you're from, and you've got 3-minute testimony.
Thank you
Okay.
for today's opportunity. I'm Vicki Schmidt from Hebron, Maine. I'm a state fire instructor with Maine Fire Services, also member of Buckfield Fire and Maine Fire Protection Services for volunteer and on-call firefighters for the Maine Federation. Additionally, I own Troika Drafts. It's a 100-acre working horse farm in Hebron. The things I know best are horses, agriculture, fire, and emergency services. So as a state fire instructor, one of the customized programs I instruct is large amount emergency rescue. My courses are designed for farm owners, firefighters, other emergency responders. Fireworks are not only a major cause of large animal emergency rescue incidents, the resulting stress to the animal often results in their death. In addition, while the stress of fireworks to livestock may not always escalate to an emergency incident level, there is ample evidence it does result in the loss and injury of young stock due to trampling and reduced milk production, especially in dairy cattle. Since fireworks became legal in 2012, I've been involved with many large animal incidents caused by fireworks, most notably in the early morning hours of July 8th, 2020. Livestock, including horses, are flight animals. In a panic situation, it is nearly impossible to contain them. Due to the complexity of this particular entrapment, local first responders spent nearly 5 hours working to free the horse. During these hours, alternative crews and apparatus were depended on to serve the town's routine calls. This incident cost the local taxpayers $3,500 in response, not including the value that was donated by volunteers helping at the scene. While fireworks are considered entertainment, no form of entertainment should cause this degree of pressure on public resources, nor should it routinely cost neighborhood livestock owners loss and stress to their livelihood. The fireworks industry has a technology to reduce, if not fully prevent, fireworks-related stress to livestock. As mandatory in many other states, areas, and countries, low noise fireworks are easily available at firework outlets throughout Maine and provide a viable option. I urge you to support LD 1345, not only for working farms, but for family farms and homesteads as well. And to add, that's the end of my testimony, but I also, from today's conversations, claims for the cost of recovery have been quiet all the way to the Maine Supreme Court, but that we are unable to determine the exact detonation, as well as who set it off. We have not been able to ever reclaim any costs for any of these. It's already impossible to discern distance requirements, and we'll face the same issues with anything that says 1,000, 2,500, whatever. The thing is too, in the middle of 150 acres, anyone trying to notify me is going to have a really hard time trying to find me. And yes, there's email, but the logistics of that are impossible. Phantom Fireworks, according to their webpage, has 2 locations in Maine. And when you do a search for low noise fireworks, it comes up with 13 options. So I don't know why. I believe it was Phantom that said they only have 2, because according to their webpage, they have 3. Low decibel ignition of fireworks at the point of at the point of detonation. If you have a neighbor or neighborhood with livestock, the industry can easily ask these questions. You can do it with a combination of the mapping of the urban compact zones for the state of Maine, which is a Google Earth mapping program. If you're not one of those towns in the urban compact zone, yes, you need low impact fireworks. The previous comments also signal a loss to our agrarian roots, that many are ignorant to what it takes to confine and keep animals safe, especially when it comes to random and unknown fireworks detonation. Calves are easily trampled, but yet cannot be separated from their mothers. And there are many other logical issues to this that we do not have the time to even discuss here today. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Ms. Smith. I'm glad.
How many seconds did I have left?
We've had a lot of information. I do have hands up, and I will recognize Representative Reckett, followed by Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, the area in which you live, which is Hebron, right?
Correct.
Is that a, pardon my ignorance, but is that a significant farming area? Is it more than?
Yes, we border Buckfield, Turner, and Oxford.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, we have lots of fireworks around me. And I'm 12 miles from the Auburn Mall, if anyone knows that. But
Yeah,
yes,
I do. Actually, my sister-in-law lives in Turner, but
yep.
My question is, have you ever tried to move this kind of initiative or a more restrictive initiative in your town?
No, I have not, because actually I call anytime my animals are bothered by fireworks. I have no problem calling on 911, reporting it to the sheriff, and they know me, they know me on a firsthand basis, because many of them have attended my classes, and they just say, Vicki, there's nothing we can do unless we see the person set off the fireworks, know exactly where it was. There are so many logistical issues to the detonation point and who set it off. Even if the homeowner can say, hey, I have no idea who set that fireworks off. And there's nothing legally anybody can do about this. And so the whole 250 distance, and they can claim, hey, I notified them, I'm sorry it got lost in the mail or didn't get delivered, they weren't home, their email wasn't working. It really comes back to the low decibels at the point of detonation if we want to protect livestock. And in my testimony, I have a chart that gives the decibels of the low impact fireworks. They're really no more than a car backfiring. And yes, a car backfiring, it still can be stressful, but it's not continuously stressful to a horse or other livestock. It's a tough issue. And I mean, I've researched low impact fireworks. They're extremely popular in Europe, lots. For the industry to say they're unavailable, I am not finding, maybe in their particular stores, they don't choose to sell them. They are not the highest, cost fireworks. I'm sure they would rather sell a $300 firework instead of a $15 firework. But they are popular in the United States and even in parts of Maine for weddings and some of your low, more impact incidents. So, if the industry really sincerely wants to help solve this, then there's ways there to do it without a lot of cumbersome policies regarding decibels and distances that I'm a cartographer by trade. In this, I should have put that, I'm a cartographer by trade too, in addition to my fire and agricultural careers. We have the mapping technology to help solve this problem, at least to start solving the problem.
Representative Pickett, you have another question, probably, I thought. Are you all set? Not Pickett, I'm sorry, Reckett. I looked right at Reckett and said Pickett.
Yeah, I didn't see. Well,
Okay.
I just wanted to say that, I appreciate the concern. Frankly, my own cat freaks out, and fireworks are banned in South Portland. But that doesn't mean they're entirely gone, although they are way decreased from what
Correct.
they used to be.
Yeah.
So, but it's still a problem in the cities, and it's dangerous in the cities in other ways. So anyway, I'll be quiet.
Thank you.
No, good question. Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Your testimony was definitely worth the wait. You gave us
I
great information.
apologize. The technology gods are not friendly to me today.
No apology needed. I'm just wondering, are you able to be at our work session on?
I will happily be there if you'd like me to be there.
I'd like you to be there. I think that, as you stated, your combination of knowledge around fire service and agriculture is going to be very useful to us. So thank you very much. I will have a lot of questions for you, but I'm going to save them for the work session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was glad that Representative Reckett brought up that question if you had approached the town or your community. Ms. Schmidt, that's pretty much the kinds of questions that state and local always ask when someone wants a statewide bill. We'd like them to exhaust their other avenues in the location. But I agree with Representative Warren. You had a lot of value in your testimony. So I will continue. We have much more work to do right now. Anyone else wishing to, I'm still in support. So I don't see anyone else in support. Anyone in opposition to this bill who wishes to offer testimony, please raise your hand. We'll let you in.
Seeing no hand, Senator.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to supply testimony neither for nor against?
I'm bringing in one person.
Thank you. Oh, yes. Welcome, Mr. Marston. Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairperson. I can relate in regards to listening to the testimony for this bill, and it's one that I've dealt with a lot of times in both the consumer business as well as the display business. We belong to the Maine Agriculture Association of Fairs in the state, and we do the fireworks displays at 13 of the state's fairs that have livestock events and that have fireworks, both consumer fireworks and the display fireworks. And the thing about animals and this and that is that if people know that fireworks are going to be taking place, animals pretty much taken care of. And it comes back when, trying to put a distance on somebody's property, 250 feet or 2 miles or whatever it is. I look at the point of rural Maine because, once you get north of Waterville, Skowhegan area, Maine's pretty rural. In southern Maine, it's pretty populated. So you don't have that much farming area down there. However, there is some. But my concern is how do you enforce a setback, rather, it's 250 feet, 200 yards, 300 yards. How do you enforce decibel levels? As Mr. Pert spoke earlier, I've been in the fireworks business 50 years this year. I started at 16 years old. And I belong to many organizations across the United States that are involved with fireworks safety, noise level. I travel to China. Yearly I do for fireworks and being designed. And decimal levels with the Consumer Product Safety Council has been one that in the 30 years I've been in business doing fireworks is one that we talk about all the time, is noise and animals and that. So I don't know, you as a legislating body, how you're going to be able to come up with a solution for this. I mean, I'm being a realist and talking about this because it's something we've been talking about for, for 30, 40 years. And it comes back to things like thunderstorms going by. You can't predict when the thunderstorm's going to happen with lightning, and that's a lot louder than some of the fireworks. And it happens. But again, I admire you folks trying to figure out how to have a solution to take care of a problem that I find very hard for us to be able to take care of, because, with all good conscience of people, it comes back to the average of a lot of people being responsible neighbors that let their neighbors know. And you always got the group that doesn't care about anything, no matter what they do in life, that just wants to cause disruption. And it happens in no matter what it is. And, I mean, I admire you folks. I mean, as an industry person that sits on boards that try to fix this problem, in our stores, we have respect your neighbors.
Your time is up, Mr. Moss.
My time is always up, because 3 minutes on Zoom is not the way that the American people in the state of Maine need to be able to talk to the legislature. I can't tell you in 3 minutes what I need to tell you. And I can't write a 20-page document for you every time I need to tell you something. And that's frustrating for me as a business person and as a citizen of the state of Maine. I feel personally that we are not getting the rights to talk to you, our representatives, like we should be able to do as Maine citizens. I pay my taxes, I take care of my things, and I'm being denied the right to be able to talk like I need to talk to my representatives in the state of Maine. So I'm sorry for going over 3 minutes, but I'm here to help and do anything I can to help this problem. But this isn't the way to do it on technology today. I'm totally against it, and I do it, and my son taught me how to do it, and here we are. So,
Mr. Marston, I truly appreciate what you just said, and I think I didn't pick on you solely for that.
No, I don't think you are picking on me.
I do want to ask you a question, though. Okay, you identified yourself. I think the name of the company is Pyrotechnic something. Do you do shows statewide? Do you make performances? Is my question.
We do 300 until the pandemic of last year, which time we had $1.5 million in contracts in Maine canceled.
Ooh.
And I still employed my people and kept them employed with all their benefits. They're still working today. And yes, the federal government gave me $370,000, but that definitely wasn't enough to keep my people employed for 18 months without a lot of income. We do 315 displays a year from Maine to New York State. 280 of them are done in the state of Maine. I've been doing 280 shows in Maine for the last 20 years. And we do displays with the big fireworks, the 1.3G, and we do consumer fireworks displays 1.4G. And those are the fireworks displays that, unless the municipality has a law that says you need to get a permit for doing those 1.4 consumer fireworks shows, we probably do 400 shows a year. The consumer shows where you don't need permits, I donate more shows to organizations that in municipalities for schools and this and that are doing fundraisers, because it's the right thing to do as a business and trying to help kids raise money. But it's also, we do the displays. You asked the question, how many do we do? In the state of Maine, I'd say between the consumer shows and display business, we probably do 325, 340 shows a year. That's like one a day. Tonight, we're going to Freiburg Fair. The Freiburg, Maine for their graduation. We're doing a show for the kids' graduation party tonight.
Good. Well, I did ask that question for a reason. You truly are a subject matter expert. And I applaud what Representative Pickett also said about you. What you explain, what you do for your employees is commendable. And I respect that. And you are a business owner. You would be the perfect person to have in a stakeholders meeting and you're right, we come from different sections of the state. We have to make decisions on a variety of issues. So I'm just saying that I think we'll have that discussion in our work session, but I want to truly, personally, and I think everybody else on this committee want to thank you for your testimony and being honest and straightforward. And I think you're agonizing over that. And I appreciate you testified neither for nor against. You see the issue. So again, I'm going to recognize a couple of other people that have their hand up. And I have Representative Pickett, followed by Representative Warren.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just the only request I have, Mr. Morrison, would you be available to be in the work session next Tuesday? I think it's going to be.
Yes, sir, I will be. I'll make it a point.
Thank you very much. Can we make sure that happens, Jane?
Okay.
I think you're muted, Jane. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morrison.
Yes, sir.
Representative Warren, did you step out? She may have. I wish she was there. Any other questions of Mr. Marston? Seeing none, I feel terrible that Representative Warren stepped out. So hearing that there is, that we don't have any more testimony on this, and so having received the testimony today, I will now close the public hearing on 1348. And as was mentioned, the work session will be scheduled this coming Tuesday, the 11th, I believe. So, yeah, the 11th. Again, thank you all for giving testimony on this
That'll
subject.
be at 9 a.m., correct, Senator?
I don't have it in front of me, but if you do, yes, if it's 9 a.m., good. Thank you. We'll begin at 9.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I can't remember which one I said we do next. Is it 1313 or 1290?
1290.
1290, okay. The next bill we're going to hear is Senator Farron here? If not,
Yes, yes.
okay, good. Senator Farron's bill 1290 is an act to amend the statement of purpose of the Maine Emergency Medical Services Act of 1982 to include emergency responses that do not require transportation. Interesting, good. We shall hear from the sponsor, Senator Farron. Senator Farron, if you raise your hand, you can come in.
Sorry, I thought I bought the senator over, but I clicked.
There he is.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Almost afternoon, actually.
Well, we can hold off for you till 4. Do you want to do that? No.
No, I'm. You know what? I hang out with you folks here. I got transportation going in one ear and VLA in the other, and listening to you folks. So
okay.
Bear with me. All right.
Go right ahead.
All right. Thank you, Senator and Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am Senator Brad Farron. I have the honor of representing the people of District 3, which includes most of Somerset County and one town in Kennebec, the town of Rome. Here before you today to present testimony on LD 1290, an act to amend the statement of purpose of the Maine Emergency Medical Services Act of 1982 to include emergency responses that do not require transportation. The Moose River Valley, located in Greater Jackman area, has seen significant decreases in access to healthcare over the decades. The loss of access to after-hours urgent and emergency care poses an immediate threat to the health of the citizens of this region. The cost of staffing physicians and advanced practice providers has become prohibitive, and requiring 24-hour-a-day emergency call makes it almost impossible to recruit new providers. This isn't just a problem in the Moose River Valley or other parts of Maine. Several states face the same issue and have successfully implemented EMS-based models where specially trained paramedics work in conjunction with physician telemedicine collaboration to treat and discharge some patients rather than transport them all the way to a hospital or emergency department. I am pleased to be presenting this legislation before you, which was developed by a well-known local physician, Dr. Jonathan Busco, MD. He is a board-certified emergency physician and ED medical director who formerly served as the medical director for the Atlantic Partners EMS in Maine EMS Region 4. The Maine Emergency Medical Act of 1982 statement of purpose is currently written in a way that limits the authority of Maine Emergency Medical Services to the safe handling and transportation of the sick and injured. I was told by Dr. Busco that LD 1290 is necessary to give statutory authority, allowing the EMS board to develop appropriate guidelines and standards for a pilot critical access physician extender program. The intent is to allow the training of a group of paramedics as critical access integrated paramedics. These CAIPSs working in a telemedicine model will provide patients with expanded urgent and emergency care, and when appropriate, will discharge patients rather than requiring them to be transported up to 2 hours to a hospital. Although the need is most acute in the Moose River Valley, this model of EMS-based treat and discharge care could be effective in many regions of Maine. To that end, explicitly empowering Maine EMS to regulate this practice is critical. The concept uses the existing background screening and skills of a paramedic. The intent is to have the EMS board, through its medical direction and practices board, develop and approve a clear and well-defined set of about a dozen procedures and medical conditions common to Jackman that would be added to paramedic training in that geographic area and credential them to provide these emergency skills. The goal is for every potential after-hours patient to get a telemedicine visit if needed. To be clear, a remote emergency room clinician would guide all of the care. The clinical access integrated paramedics would only serve as the hands, not make medical judgments or be the medical decision maker. Paramedics would simply carry out the procedure that they have been trained and credentialed to do on the order of a physician. Again, such a program would not allow them to make independent medical decisions or take independent medical actions. Instead, the program would be built similar to a community health practitioner model, something those speaking after me can describe in greater detail. Passing this bill would allow Moose River Valley residents who don't need an emergency room visit at a faraway location to be treated locally in an urgent care type visit. These incidents have always been handled locally. It is also worth noting that these services would be less costly to patients since they wouldn't be charged for the full facility fee that occurs when someone is transported and seen in an emergency department. I hope you will support LD 1290 as it will allow local healthcare leaders to work with Maine's EMS board to keep patients' care near to their home. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would be happy to answer any questions that I may, but those of you that know me well probably know that the folks behind me are going to give you a lot more details than I will.
Thank you for admitting that. Oh, let me see now. Any questions for Senator Farren? I do have questions, but I think I would be limited. I think I need to wait to hear more. Maybe they'll already answer those. So again, thank you. I'm going to ask if there are any senators or co-sponsors. Well, there was no co-sponsor. It was just Senator Farren. Anyone wishing to speak in support of this bill, please raise your hand and we'll call you in.
I'm bringing one person over.
Jonathan Busco, I believe you were named as the medical person here, so welcome.
Thank you so much.
You may give us your testimony, please.
Thank you very much. So thank you, Senator Farren, for the introduction. I'm Jonathan Busco from Bangor, Maine, an emergency physician. Have been in EMS for about 30 years. I worked as a paramedic. And what we've seen, not just in Maine, but across the US, are challenges in healthcare access. Patients are often using EMS and emergency departments to access routine care as costs become prohibitive, and that particularly in rural areas as we lose local access. There have been a number of initiatives across the US trying to capitalize on the idea that EMS is local, that there's always an EMS service. But having been a paramedic, our motto from the beginning and central to my training was, you call, we haul, that's all. We were never really trained to assess and discharge patients. And until recently, there's never been payment for that for EMS services either. So in response to this growing crisis of using high-cost care, there have been a number of initiatives across the US. One in Houston called the Ethan Project, another that CMS has put together called Emergency Triage Treatment and Transport. And Senator Farren actually referenced the Alaska Community Health Practitioner Model, which has actually been in place for 50 years and very much leverages the use of telemedicine with a local physician extender to provide care. So as we began working on this Jackman project, one of the concerns amongst members of the Maine EMS Medical Direction and Practice Board was that the way that the statement of purpose is written, it's not clear that they actually have the statutory authority to oversee a program in which EMS providers would not transport patients, but instead would provide care on scene and discharge the patient. And in fact, the Maine EMS medical record system doesn't allow you to discharge a patient. They either get transported or they refuse care, and that's not what they need. So we're moving forward, and the reason I'm masked up is right behind me are actually the students in this program that Senator Farren was talking about. And today they're actually learning how to manage wounds, how to suture, how to put in wound staples, all sorts of other important skills that, supported by physician telemedicine, would let them treat and discharge patients at home at a much lower cost. We spent years, 2 or 3 years, trying to figure out where this would best live. And while intuitively it should live in EMS, that concern that the statement of purpose limits the authority of Maine EMS, and particularly the Medical Direction and Practice Board, to oversee treat and release care, presented a barrier that, even though we're moving forward, we're doing the education, we think we're getting to where we need to be, could hinder this pilot project or other future projects. And so, yes, go ahead.
Your time is up, but please wrap up. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I don't think the intention of the statement of purpose was to ever restrict the Maine EMS or the Medical Direction and Practice Board in this way, but this simple change in the language, making that authority explicit, would allow us not only to explore the Jackman project, but other similar projects that focus around treating people in place, reducing costs of care, and more efficiently utilizing resources. And I'd be happy to take any questions. And I did submit written testimony which details this.
That's perfect. Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Busco? Where are they, the students? Are you in Bangor doing this?
We are. We received a Penobscot Community Health Center, runs the Jackman Clinic, received a $1.2 million HRSA grant to help us implement this. So we partnered with Eastern Maine Community College and are offering their training as a credit course. Additionally, they're doing their clinical rotations at St. Joseph Hospital so that they can build the skill set they need to be able to do this care.
Is this the only place in the state of Maine doing that now?
It is for now, because the status of this project, specifically the Jackman project, is that we applied as a pilot project for Maine EMS, which means we have 5 years to prove this has value to the state, at which point it could become something available to all EMS agencies, and then we spread it across the state. But we did budget for 2 more classes in the next 4 years.
Thank you. I'm impressed with that. Anyone have any questions for Dr. Bosco? If not, I don't see any hands. Thank you. I now will ask if there's anyone else that wishes to testify in support of.
I brought Lauren Stort over.
Yeah, okay.
Good morning, everybody. I'm not actually here to testify on this bill. I'm here to testify in support of LD 1313. So I will just continue to wait patiently for that one.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify in support of 1290? Please raise your hand.
Seeing no further hands.
Thank you. Anyone in opposition to 1290? Please raise your hand.
Seeing none.
Anyone wishing to provide testimony in neither for nor against the bill?
Again, seeing none.
Okay. So therefore, I will say we'll probably have a lot of questions at the work session. So Senator Farron, and if Dr. Bosco can be available, I believe, can I confirm that the work session will be on Tuesday also?
Yes.
No, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, folks.
Concludes the hearing on 1290. Is Representative O'Neill here?
I just sent her a text message.
Okay. So the ones we have left are, I did 1290. I have hers and 1447 are the only 2 left.
Yes.
Okay. Is Representative Gramlich here? No? Did you get a response from Representative O'Neill?
I just texted her. I don't think any of us realized that other bill was going to go so quickly. She's coming now.
Okay, thank you.
Senator DeChambeau, I heard from Representative Gramlich. She's in a meeting until probably noon and is going to head right over as soon as that ends.
She's in a meeting until what?
Until noon or close to noon.
I'll take care of that, Senator. If you focus on bringing in the next representative, I can maybe present Representative Gramlich's bill. So if she can't be here.
Yep.
Representative O'Neill is here.
Bringing her in.
Hi there. Welcome, Representative O'Neill.
Hi, thank you. Senator, am I okay to start out?
No, let me get 1313. I've got it right here. I'll read. The next bill we're going to be reviewing is LD 1313, an act to clarify who signs and swears to a certificate stating the results of a breath alcohol test. So again, welcome Representative O'Neill, and you can provide us with your testimony, please.
Thanks so much, Senator DeChambeau. I'm Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Maggie O'Neill, and I represent House District 15, which is in Saco. I'm here today as a sponsor of LD 1313, which is an act to clarify who signs and swears to a certificate stating the results of a breath alcohol test. So I'll start out with some background to explain where this bill idea came from. A neat thing about being in law school and serving in the legislature at the same time is that we often talk in class or with fellow students about ways that we could improve the law, and I have a chance to act on those conversations. So what happened is this particular bill came from a fellow law student at Maine Law. She's graduating this year, and she's been practicing in the Mid-Coast area for the past year or two under an attorney up there. So I'll tell you the story of what happened that led to the bill, and I'll do my best to walk through it because I don't know a ton about criminal law. And if there are further questions, I can work with her to get some answers. So a new officer was performing a blood alcohol test and wasn't able to get the machine to work to provide a readout. So he called in his supervisor. That supervisor came and conducted the test in the small room with the defendant. And rather than the supervisor certifying the result, what happened is the new officer later certified the results. So when that evidence came up in administrative proceedings, the results were admitted as prima facie evidence over the defendant's objection, because the new officer who signed it was a qualified operator under current law, even though he wasn't the one that took the test with the machine. So during proceedings, the defendant requested that the report not be admitted until a proper foundation was established, meaning that the particular officer who had collected the sample himself needed to provide testimony that he followed the machine's procedure, it was cleaned, he collected a proper breath sample, etc. Because, and only because he didn't certify that particular report that he generated. So the issue was that if the supervisor had certified the results directly after collecting the sample, the defendant agreed the report should be prima facie evidence against him. Or sorry, I took Latin for so long. I think people just say prima facie or something, but the defendant was not successful and appealed. On appeal, the law court affirmed the admittance of the report despite this discrepancy as prima facie evidence, and issued an unpublished memorandum. And that's what led to this bill, is the state pointed to the language of sub 2 paragraph B in their argument, which I've cited in my testimony for reference and highlighted, noting that the legislature could have been more pointed about limiting the admittance of certified reports to qualified operators that actually operated the testing apparatus. And they said that because the legislature had more clearly articulated that requirement for blood samples, which I also have highlighted in my testimony. And I am told that this is, it's not the first time that this section of law has been reviewed by the law court. So here's what the bill does based on that story. So to ensure that the efficient admission of quality reports as prima facie evidence, This bill would amend the current statute to clarify that the qualified operator who may certify the report must be the same person who operates the machine and generates the report. If not, the report just can't be submitted as prima facie evidence. So the report would still be admissible, but it would need to be supported with a proper evidentiary foundation before being offered into evidence. At its core, I think most people can agree with the premise of this statute. What it does is it increases efficiencies for the court and both parties and allows evidence to be admitted even if the officer who conducted the test and conducted the results is no longer with the force or available to testify. However, the language as written just leaves room for misuse. So as written, sub 2 paragraph B departs from other paragraphs in sub 2, and that it doesn't require the same person who administers the test to be the same person who certifies the results of that test. One of the consequences is that under the current law, an unqualified operator could conduct the test later on a different and unqualified operator could certify the results, and those results can be admitted into evidence at a hearing. While most police officers in Maine certify their own results, unfortunately, we have run into kind of aberrant situations like this one, where some officers have certified results of tests that they haven't administered. So the courts in those situations are bound by the current language and have found that that not only is it within the boundary of the law, but that the officer who did administer the test doesn't need to testify at a hearing when another officer certifies the results. And the reason that my fellow student brought this to me is she could see that the imbalance deprives a defendant of their right to due process and that it's inefficient for both the law enforcement and the courts. So the bill proposes a small change to one paragraph, and all it does is it just clarifies that the operator of the test has to certify their own results if they want the results to be admitted into evidence without testimony. In doing so, it just brings consistency to sub 2 paragraph B and other paragraphs under section 2431. And between submitting my own language, I connected with the Department of Public Safety, who was great to reach out and talk about language. And they have made a suggestion about an amendment, which I will submit and have submitted via my testimony. So it would just amend what I've suggested to which that person administered. So that was a clarification that we agreed on.
Thank you, Representative O'Neill. Any questions of Representative O'Neill? I have Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Miss Representative O'Neill. How are you?
I'm well, good to see you.
Good. I just got a question. You said a unqualified person could sign over a qualified person and still be admitted. I don't know of any law enforcement officer that can sign an OUI test if they're not qualified. So could you clarify that?
I may have misspoken, and I will be frank that just like many bills, I'm presenting this on behalf of somebody that knew more than me. So I'd be happy to get an answer or to go back to whatever I said.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that question. Anyone else have a question for Representative O'Neill?
Absolutely.
Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Representative O'Neill. And I haven't done my homework yet, so I just have a question. Is the amendment you're suggesting attached to your testimony, did you say?
It is.
Great.
Yeah, it'll be right at the end.
Awesome. I'll print it out when I get to my homework. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Anyone else have None. I will ask those in the waiting room who would like to testify in support of LD 1313. Please raise your hand and you will be let in.
I am bringing Lauren Stewart back over.
Hello, Lauren Stewart. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm trying to get my video to come on here. Hold on just a second. For some reason, it's being stubborn. But you all can hear me anyway, right? You just can't see me. Oh, there I am. Okay, great. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. Good to see you, Representative O'Neill. It was a pleasure working with you. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Lauren Stewart, and I am the Highway Safety Director for the state of Maine. I'm here today to testify on behalf of the Maine Department of Public Safety in support of LD 1313 as amended, and I'm speaking to the amendment that Representative O'Neill discussed. LD 1313, an act to clarify who signs and swears to a certificate stating the results of a breath alcohol test. Following a discussion with the bill sponsor, it is our understanding that this bill seeks to clarify and ensure that it is the same qualified person signing the certificate as the person that administered the test, and that we believe that the proposed amendment clarifies this intent. On behalf of the Department of Public Safety and Bureau of Highway Safety, I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions that you might have on this issue.
Thank you. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here. And I just wanted to thank you for the email you sent me the other day.
Yes,
just want to make sure you got that. Thank you.
I apologize for the lateness of that. You could see it took me a while to get that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Stewart? Seeing none? Thank you. Anyone wishing to provide testimony? I think we're done with in support. If anyone, please raise your hand if you wish to testify in support.
Seeing no further hands.
Yes, I will now go for those who wish to provide testimony in opposition to 1313. Please raise your hand.
Senator, it looks like Representative Costain has a
Yes.
question.
Sorry, in the corner there. Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I ask Jane to send the amendment by email to us?
Certainly, the Representative O'Neill, her testimony just came into the electronic portal within the last 15 minutes or something. So I haven't got it yet. I mean, I've seen it on the screen that it's in, but I haven't had a chance to look. I will make sure you get it.
Thank you.
I was looking forward to. Thank you. All right. Anyone wishing to testify neither for nor against?
I ought to learn how to use that portal.
Yeah.
All right.
Seeing no hands.
Okay.
There are some good things about Zoom, Representative Costain.
I can't get my hands wrapped around it. I'm sorry. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. I like email.
Your mask does not hide the redness of your face right now. So
The only thing I can say, I just do what my leader here, Representative Pickett, does all the time. So I want to make him feel better.
monkey see, monkey do. Okay.
Hey, I got big shoulders.
I therefore, hearing or seeing no raised hands, I will close the testimony, the public hearing of 1313. And at the suggestion of Representative Warren, we can proceed with LD 1447. If that is.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I,
Representative.
I I wondered where this is the last public hearing, right?
Correct.
And this is going to probably take some time, it would look like, by what's in the queue. And the sponsor may not be here. I wondered if this would be, I know it'd be early, but if this would be a good time to take a lunch break so we could just do the bill and then do the work sessions afterwards and get out of here.
Everybody in agreement of that? It'll be the first time we're reading before 1:30. So, Representative Warren, do you have a comment?
Thank you. I think that's a wonderful idea, and I know the sponsor will really appreciate that. Could we be back to start right at noon?
Yes.
Great.
All right. We are breaking until noontime. We shall return. Thank you all.
All right, get back at it.
I'm sorry, I got kicked out a couple of times. I don't know why, but I've been on the phone since we broke up, so
Yeah, me too.
I'm gonna have to, I don't know. There's my sandwich anyways, but
Senator, I'll take over and you can have lunch.
no, I've got, well, I want to finish the public hearing and then well, my clock is saying 12 o'clock. One, two, three, four, five, six. We need one more.
We didn't actually adjourn, we just took a break. We can start. We just need a quorum to vote.
That's right. Technically, that's right. Okay. 14, welcome everyone. This is the main, yeah, it's the main one too. It's the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. And following our break, now we will resume the public hearing. And before us, we have LD 1447, an act to require training in racial issues, racial justice, and social issues at the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, and to establish additional requirements for law enforcement and candidates. We have with us the sponsor, Representative Lori Gramlich. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Deschambault, and thank you to the committee for your indulgence in helping to accommodate what I know we all have a busy schedule. I had meetings at USM all morning, so thank you very much for your indulgence. Good afternoon, and good afternoon, Representative Warren and my distinguished colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, which is the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach. I am pleased to present LD 1447, an act to require training in racial issues, racial justice, and social issues at the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, and to establish additional requirements for law enforcement and candidates. And yes, that's a long title. By way of background, I wanted to provide some context for my submission of this legislation for your consideration. As many of you know, and I've shared with a lot of you, I am and I've been practicing in affecting systemic change in the public policy arena for nearly 40 years. When I say that out loud, it sounds like a really long time. But what many of you may not know is that I come from a family of law enforcement. My grandfather, whom I adored, was lieutenant for the Rochester Police Department in New York State. His son, my uncle, followed in his footsteps. And when I was a kid, I too thought that I would pursue a career in law enforcement, and that would be my professional path as well. But as I mentioned, I ended up in the field of social work. When I was a kid, I recall my uncle preparing to become a police officer. This time in New York State, he was required to attain his associate's degree in criminal justice. He did so by attending our local community college, Monroe Community College in Rochester, New York. He had to do that before he could go to the academy. These were the 1970s, and indeed, times were quite different. I'm convinced, however, that we will forever be lifelong learners in our desired professions and have much more to always learn. I, for example, as a licensed master social worker, had to attain both an undergraduate bachelor's degree as well as my master's degree in order to maintain my license. I must also have 24 contact hours of education every 2 years, with 4 hours of ethics training being mandatory. Additionally, all licensed social workers must complete 12 contact hours of domestic violence training. My brother, who is a master plumber, is required to have a minimum of at least 2,000 hours of work in the field in a year, which includes plumbing installation as a licensed journeyman plumber, or as a minimum of at least 4 years with 8,000 hours of work in the field of plumbing installations as a licensed trainee. Other professionals have varying levels of training and requirements for their specified occupations. For example, cosmetologists and barbers must have 2,500 hours of training to become licensed, and massage therapists must have 500 hours of core curriculum plus 120 hours of contact curriculum, as well as completion of a 750-hour training course. I reference these requirements in other professions by way of perspective. As I presume you all know, basic law enforcement training, also the acronym BLETP, is an 18-week, 720-hour program with a goal to educate cadets with the basic tenets of being a modern law enforcement officer. According to the department's webpage, cadets will learn the importance of chain of command, lifetime fitness and being physically fit, report writing, understanding the principles of community policing, effective communications, and the ability to problem solve and think on their feet, all with strong ethical oversight standards. Additionally, every law enforcement officer in the state must also meet ongoing training requirements in order to maintain their certification, which is a good start, but we can do more. The University of Maine at Augusta, for example, is currently working on a 60 credit hour associate's degree in community policing. Their curriculum speaks directly to some of the requirements outlined in LD 1447, including criminal justice, sociology, psychology, mental health, substance use disorder, and racial and implicit bias. Further, Illinois, Nevada, New Jersey, and North Dakota all require bachelor's degrees or at least an associate's degree with law enforcement experience, according to a survey done by several groups. Kentucky, Minnesota, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin require an associate's degree with some alternatives for other training, and Idaho requires 2 years of college attendance. And in California, for example, organizations encompassing both police chiefs and rank and file officers are proposing legislation in the wake of recent civil unrest, and they said that they would raise these standards for police recruiting and training while increasing diversity. LD 1447 requires basic law enforcement training to include additional training in racial justice issues, racial issues generally, training regarding persons with substance use disorder, training regarding social issues, and law enforcement responses to challenging social situations. Additional in-service training for law enforcement officers will also include information on behavioral health, as I've mentioned, substance use disorder, homelessness, racial issues, and racial justice, and other social situations that might be presented to modern day law enforcement officers. Beginning with applications for certification and recertification on January 1st, 2022, this bill requires an applicant for certification or recertification as a law enforcement officer to be legally authorized to work in this country, to be at least 21 years of age, to possess a high school diploma or equivalency, and an associate's degree in criminal justice with an emphasis on coursework in sociology, psychology, mental health, substance use disorder, and implicit bias. The world is indeed vastly different from the days when my beloved grandfather and uncle so proudly served. My goal with LD 1447 is to assure that law enforcement personnel of today have the most effective tools in their toolbox so that they can be equipped and responsive to the complex, diverse situations that we now find ourselves in. I urge you to vote unanimously, LD 1447. Thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions for you.
Thank you, Representative Gramlich. Any questions for the representative from the committee? Senator Seaway?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Representative Grimmett.
Hi, Senator. It's nice to see you again.
I know back many years ago, they had 8-week course for law enforcement. And then they went to a 12-week, and now they're like 26 weeks. It's very intensive. And I understand what your bill's trying to do. And I get that, but what you had mentioned about all those attributes that law enforcement officers you want instilled in them, they do get at that academy. I will say they cover almost that whole broad spectrum. But I did want to let you know that there was an apprenticeship program actually I had put together while they did on-the-job training. They earned their associate's degree, and I think if we can do some incentive type things, that'd be a good avenue to start. But that's just a thought. What's your thought on that?
Well, thank you for asking. And, I'm really very receptive to the, whatever direction the committee chooses to go in terms of assuring that our law enforcement officers have every tool that they can possibly have in their toolbox to be successful, because that's what we want. We want our, and I come to this from a place of, familial and love in my heart because of my family background in law enforcement. We know that times are very different than they were certainly in the 1970s and even a decade ago. And I believe firmly that we need to continue to refine and enhance our training opportunities in every profession, but most certainly our first responders who are faced with a myriad of complex social issues that we never would have fathomed years ago. So I know that, like I mentioned in my testimony, Senator, that University of Maine at Augusta is currently pursuing some avenues that could help to address this, and perhaps we could explore how we might partner with the university and other universities and colleges throughout the state. But I think that this bill provides us an opportunity to make sure that our law enforcement officers are safe and responsive and effective.
That's our hope. Thank you.
Any other questions for Representative Gramlich? I see Representative Costain.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here. I have a question. As you know, you've heard, and we've heard now, this will be my 3rd year on this committee, that we can't get law enforcement officers, okay? No more than we can get correction officers. So to put another requirement of a 2-year degree on top of that, I just don't see it. Your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Representative. So are you asking, I'm not quite sure what you're asking me.
What I'm asking you is, we can't get law enforcement officers now. Every department in the state is hurting for manpower. So to put another requirement for somebody to even come into law enforcement of a 2-year degree, I don't know how we're gonna do that. I guess I'm asking you, what would your solution be to that situation.
I see. Thank you for clarifying that. Well, it sounds like a workforce issue to me. Doing my research on this bill, I did look at variable salaries across different departments, not only within the state of Maine, but also our New England states that abut the state of Maine. And of course, it's perhaps not even within your purview, and I'm not sure, perhaps it would be through another committee of jurisdiction, but perhaps to examine the rate of pay that we're paying our law enforcement officers.
I have a question. I'm sorry, I wanted to call you Lori so many times. While you were giving your presentation, and I thank you, you were very thorough. My experience in the last 10 years has been the new officers that we've hired in our area come not only highly trained, but with college degrees. And a lot of them are veterans, young veterans already. Have you looked into that? That's a question I might ask the last class that graduated their education level. I subscribe to what you're proposing, but I want a reality check what we're doing.
So Senator, I just so that I'm clear on your question, is your question in terms of requiring the degree for folks that have other lived experience, or
No, your bill does require more education than, the 18 weeks or what have you. But I want, truth in sentencing kind of thing is, I want the reality check, and I probably should wait. I think the Maine Criminal Justice Academy will be testifying, so that's going to be my question is, I would like to know, what's our perception? And I'd like to understand what's the educational level of those going into law enforcement right now. Not to take away from your bill at all, but that's probably the rest of the story. So I apologize if I went backwards on that, but I think we'll have an education on that. So seeing none, I will turn it over to the public and ask them, or Representative Reckitt, you have your hand up? You're muted, okay?
Sorry, sometimes the questions don't come to me till late in a discussion. My question for you is, now I'm afraid it might have slipped out of my brain, but basically I'm thinking about the ways in which we recruit police officers. Do you think that, and the populations from which we recruit them across the board, do you think that there is a nexus between who we are recruiting and whether or not they currently would have an associate's degree or better?
That's a provocative question, Representative. I want to ponder for a few minutes because there could be a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
As a kid, all I ever wanted to do was grow up to be a police officer. It's all I thought about because of my grandfather and my uncle, and I felt like it was, I was next in line. It was part of my legacy. But I've always, I got my associate's degree in human services. I got my bachelor's degree in clinical psychology and ultimately my master's degree in social work. So for me, I'm the kind of person that always was on that educational track. So, I guess it's variable depending on the individual. And I'm not sure, I presume that there'll be folks that might come behind me that can speak with more experience around how they recruit folks. But maybe more pointedly to your question, perhaps one of the initiatives we in Maine could undertake is to broaden and enhance our scope in terms of recruitment. But I don't have that answer. I can only speak for my own anecdotal, subjective lived experience.
Thank you.
Senator Searway, you have another question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You had mentioned how you wanted to be a police officer and how you're all educated. And with this bill, you would be eliminating yourself from being able to become a police officer because you want them in criminal justice associate degree, right?
No, with due respect, Senator, the bill is criminal justice along with a myriad of other disciplines, psychology, sociology. There's a whole list of with an emphasis with
So
criminal
they could
justice
have
training,
just an
certainly.
associate's degree. They don't have to have, they don't have to have a specific one, right?
Yes, it has to be a related field with some specified coursework that's germane to their profession.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
I'm going to ask a second question because he alerted me to that. I didn't see that in there. So your bill like requires something in that field. I'm going back to when I hired people to work as social workers in the correctional field. Some of them were what was going to say physical therapists. Some were masters in recreation. So you're very focused on something that would be more in the health field area, mental health, substance abuse, or
yeah. What I'm trying to
can an English teacher apply to be a cop? That's what I'm going to ask you.
I would want to make sure that English teacher had coursework in criminal justice and related disciplines that we know that our law enforcement officers now need.
Okay. Thank you. I missed that. So I now will turn it over to the public and ask to please raise your hand if you wish to testify in support of LD 1447. We'll let you in.
No hands are going up. Rebecca Graham signed up to testify.
Neither for, I believe. Anyone wishing to testify in opposition of this bill?
Again, seeing no hands.
And we will go neither for nor
One
against.
moment, sorry to interrupt. There is one. One
Okay.
moment.
In opposition?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I am asking for opposition. I went through the support unless someone shows up. Mr. Peck, you are testifying in opposition, are you?
Yes, yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Jack Peck, and I'm the Assistant Director of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, representing the Maine Department of Public Safety and Academy Director Rick Desjardins, who could not attend this public hearing. I am here today to testify in opposition to LD 1447, an act to require training in racial issues, racial justice, and social issues at the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, and to establish additional requirements for law enforcement officers and candidates. I first want to say the Academy's Board of Trustees is fully supportive of the training topics mentioned in the bill, and the Maine Criminal Justice Academy's board has included these topics along with a wide range of additional training topics in our basic school, as well as the yearly mandatory trainings for all law enforcement officers. Topics related to bias, community policing, mental health, addiction recognition, and homelessness are but a few of the important topics that our board requires to be included in our training. The concerns we have with this proposed bill is the prerequisites for training and educational requirements, placing burdens on agencies, communities, applicants, and our academy staff to meet these additional requirements. It's evident across the country and in Maine of the shortage of qualified candidates of applicants able to enter the profession of law enforcement. In addition, we know that bringing candidates from underrepresented minority populations is a significant challenge, and without community support leads to minority groups not having the opportunities to become a law enforcement officer. Currently, Maine's requirements to become an applicant to attend our basic school is very rigorous, and we believe helps deliver applicants to our profession who demonstrate evidence of integrity, honesty, discipline, and physical and psychological aptitudes to do the work. The current board standards require alert testing, psychological, polygraph, and fitness testing, as well as thorough background checks. The past conduct and history of applicants must meet the high standards of the Academy's board, and frequently we hear from agencies that it's very difficult to get applicants to pass the current standards. We believe by adding the educational requirements and additional training requirement would further stress the process to become a law enforcement officer. Our current 39th Basic Academy class of cadets have a wide variety of ages, gender, educational, ethnic, and demographic backgrounds. Although we don't specifically track all potential categories, we know from our interactions with these cadets that some wouldn't meet the proposed criteria. I know from my own personal experience in the law enforcement profession that many successful and talented officers didn't start their careers with academic degrees. Many of these officers had trade skills or life experiences that proved vital and made these individuals immensely important members of the agencies and communities they serve.
Could you wrap up, Mr. Peck? I'm sorry.
In closing, the members of the Board of Trustees, volunteer instructors, and the Academy staff are tireless advocates in working to improve the quality of the professionals that represent law enforcement. I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer or try to answer any questions that you may have now or at a future work session. Thank you.
Representative Reckitt?
I'm asking a question for which I should know the answer, and I'm afraid I don't, because I did serve on the Academy board for 15 years, so I should have gotten this into my brain. But how routine is it for someone to come out of high school and become a police officer?
First of all, thank you for your service to the Board of Trustees. I don't know that it's very common. I think a lot of prospective applicants go to our local community colleges or they go into the armed services. But we have, a myriad of educational backgrounds here, from a high school diploma to people who have law degrees. Right now in our basic school, we have a young lady who is a graduate of Harvard.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Representative Pickett, followed by Representative Newman, and then Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Assistant Director Peck. I want to get the right category here. I've known you as chief, and I've known you as Jack for so long. I want to make sure you're recognized by your title, sir. My question would be this: seeing the times that the Maine Criminal Justice Academy has been represented in testifying on bills in our committee so far this year, and with this bill as well, is that enhancing the training and the effort that you are putting in at the academy to make sure that some of these situations and perceived situations that we may have in this state, that there really is not a lot of evidence of, it's an ongoing process to try to stay in touch with things like you do with every other issue that comes up that needs some kind of specific training, to implement that into the training that they get either in the basic academy or in the in-service courses that are provided to law enforcement officials by the academy. It's an ongoing process. Is that correct?
Absolutely, it is an ongoing process that we look at every year, and we reach out to various stakeholders for our annual in-service mandatory training. And we have and then that has to go in front of the Board of Trustees, who then has to approve those mandatory topics every year. And we also have them look at our basic training as well.
And if I may follow up, please.
Go right ahead.
And from my perspective and my opinion, in many ways, the assault on law enforcement right now, from all kinds of different angles, it's getting harder and harder for agencies out here to find people it's making it harder for the recruitment of officers in our state right now. Would you agree with that?
Representative Pickett, I'd say that's probably a very accurate, maybe even an understated statement. I looked at our website this morning, and there are 33 different agencies just on our website, and they don't all go to our website that are seeking many more than one applicant for their agency or their community.
Okay, thank you, sir. And also, I want to publicly, over the mic, thank you for your many years of service in law enforcement as the police chief of Farmington. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Newman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This question's for Mr. Peck, and I'd like to get a response from the bill sponsor. With the requirements for these degrees, as a body, as the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, we put forward the legislation and recommend it. It goes to the full legislature. You've got the trustees at the Criminal Justice Academy that oversee everything and determine disciplinary and everything else. If you're going to require this, basically, and saying that you're going to require these degrees, then shouldn't we all have to have these degrees? Because to me, you're saying that we're not qualified to put forward these laws or anything else. I have no college degree. I've been a very successful businessman in my life. But to me, it's saying that, we're putting forward this stuff and we're really not qualified to put some of this stuff even forward. Looking for an opinion.
I guess I cannot disagree. When I first got hired back in 1984, all I had was a high school diploma. My parents had a hard time putting me through post-secondary education. I applied at SMCC and was there for about 1.5 years, and I was hired by the Cape Elizabeth Police Department. And eventually I moved back to my hometown. It took me almost 31 years to earn my degree. I went back to night school. I owed it to myself and the people that worked for me and my community. And I went back to night school and graduated with honors from Husson University. But I only had a high school diploma when I started. And speaking with the director, Rick Desjardins, when he started his career at Brunswick Police Department, he also was just a high school graduate. So we all want the best candidates, no matter what their degree, what their education, what their background is. We just want the best candidates as police officers for the state of Maine and to be working in their communities.
Madam Chair, did you want me to respond to Representative Newman?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Newman. A couple of, you asked an opinion, so I'll give you a couple. I just, for the record, want to be very, very clear. I come from a working class family. I'm the only person in my family that went to college and attained degrees, and I did it on my own, working day and night. And I got no help from my family whatsoever. But beyond that, I have a brother who is a plumber. I have another brother who's a machinist. My sister recently became a nurse, and I come from a blue collar working class family. And as I said, my maternal family is law enforcement. So I would never want to give the impression that I think any less or am cavalier or would belittle anybody for what they bring to the table when they come in front of this body, in the legislature, or in any other profession or occupation. Secondarily, and I don't have the webpage right in front of me, but when I was doing some of the research, as I mentioned in my testimony, there are a number of other states that do require an associate's degree. And I'm sure Mr. Peck can correct me if I'm mistaken, or others on this committee can correct me. And I'm happy to be corrected if I'm mistaken. But I recall reading that there is a requirement for 60 credit hours. 60 credit hours is an associate's degree. So what my bill is saying is that we have the degree in a related field associated with the credit hours that one must attain. Thank you for asking the question.
Madam Chair, I'd like to steer us. We are very much in a work session right now. We have an elected representative that has brought forward a policy idea for us to hear and then have a work session and discuss. So I'd like us to get back to the public hearing, which means clarifying questions, and we can have all of this discussion about what we think about the proposal at the work session. But she has every right to bring a policy proposal forward, just like we all do.
Representative Lookner.
Madam Chair, I'll be brief and thank you, Assistant Director Packin, for your service to the state of Maine. So I've been asking this question of a number of folks who have opposed, other bills that we've had in our committee like this. So it is an established fact that, people of color are overrepresented in our criminal justice system and are more likely to encounter violence. I had a phone call coming in there. So are more likely to experience violence at the hands of law enforcement. So if more training is not the answer to that quandary and that problem that we have, unfortunately, in the state of Maine, it pains me to say that. What, in your opinion, is the solution to addressing that problem?
I think we always need more training, and I don't think we're not opposed to that part of it at all. I think, best practices, we need to, we need to be well trained, and we certainly welcome that. And we have no opposition to that whatsoever.
Okay, thanks for that.
I now will recognize Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Assistant Peck, I just want to thank you for coming. I just, from my recollection, is that a lot of times people go up the ranks and they try to get their education to get up those ranks. And also sometimes, is it in your experience that diverse degrees, sometimes computer experts do better in some fields in law enforcement and different types of degrees enhance law enforcement rather than being the same criminal justice degree? What's in your opinion on that?
So I guess two things to answer your question, Senator. As far as moving up the ladder, I do tend to agree with that. However, I didn't go back to school until I was accepted into the FBI Academy. Upon graduating from the FBI Academy, I still only had my high school diploma, and I was already chief when I earned my degree. So there was no going up the ladder any further. I was kind of at that pinnacle. I think it's all depending on the person and their makeup and, when they can go back to school. You know, I had a young family. I was working nights. I had a hard time. But when I finally had time, you know, as I got older and, you know, my family, you know, moved out. So I had the time to do that. And the second part, I apologize, completely lost that train of thought. But what was the second part of your question, Senator?
Diversity of different degrees.
Oh, diversity. And yes, so my other point to that was, speaking from personal experience, as a chief in Farmington, I had an officer who had a degree in forestry, and he was one of the best officers that I had. He got along with the public. He did very well in community policing. I never had an issue with him as far as complaints from the public, and he, you know, very good in court and in his paperwork. So he was a rare, you know, he was a gem to find, and he had a forestry degree.
Well, I was a forestry minor, so that was great to know.
All right, so let me recognize Representative Recca.
Thank you. I wanted to ask the Academy Assistant Director whether, well, I don't know whether you would have been the one to look into it, but I recollect that some years back, Massachusetts changed their requirements for law enforcement officers, or at least gave them, it wasn't a requirement to start, but there was a bonus given to officers who completed a bachelor's degree. I remember this because I was teaching at Springfield College at the time, and it was a weekend school. And so there was a slew of police officers from Massachusetts who came into that course. I was teaching human biology, so I wasn't teaching criminal justice, but it was a major incentive to officers to further their education in whatever field. And I think that might be an avenue we may want to look at as well, to increase the level of, for me, it's the level of competency in the communication skills that I thought changed from that, because they were forced to learn new writing skills, new listening skills, new study skills. And I think that we should take a look at that as a possible avenue for upgrading the overall competency of police officers, or the broadening of the competency of police officers. So that was not really a question. I apologize. I realized as I was trying to make it one that I never got there. So I take that back. I'm sorry.
Let's try to get back into the public hearing.
Anyone else have a question in opposition? Are we done with Mr. Peck? No other questions? Thank you again, Mr. Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I will ask anyone else wishing to testify in opposition of LD 1447.
There is one hand up. One moment.
Thank you. Welcome, Sheriff Carroll.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I raised my hand too soon. I thought you're on to the neither for nor against. That's where.
Okay, yep. Apparently we're in neither for nor against. No one else raised their hand. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Tim Carroll, and I have the honor of being the Sheriff of Knox County, and I'm here today on behalf of the Maine Sheriff's Association. Maine Sheriffs met to discuss this bill specifically, and our position is neither for nor against for a couple reasons. On LD 1447, an act to require training in racial issues, racial justice, and social issues at the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, and to establish additional requirements for law enforcement officers and candidates. Maine Sheriffs met to discuss the proposed legislation as it directly impacts each and every one of us. There isn't a single member of the Maine Sheriff's Association that isn't supportive of finding ways to improve law enforcement accountability and professionalism. Those of us who wear the badge with honor and integrity are lined up to work with you to find these solutions. LD 1447 has much potential towards that end, and we encourage and support the training aspect in the social issues with law enforcement response. There were many reasons for the MSA to come to today's public hearing to offer our support of the training areas outlined in this bill. We applaud the sponsors for bringing these ideas forward and look forward to working with stakeholders to further explore. On the other hand, we do have one specific section that we unanimously opposed. The Maine law enforcement is struggling, as you all know, as we've discussed, from crippling vacancy issues across the state. The additional requirements of a minimum of 60 hours of post-secondary education in finite concentrations may seem attainable. However, it would create an obstacle in the already dwindling field of law enforcement. We do appreciate the opportunity to specify our position on this well-intentioned legislation. That's my testimony. I do want to bring up a couple other things that as I was listening to discuss. I'm fortunate enough, I do have a degree. I got one right out of high school because you can't become a law enforcement officer until either 20 if you have an associate's degree, or 21. So when you graduate high school, you're typically 18. I was fortunate to go to school and got my degree in criminal justice. And I remember going through that part of the educational piece, and the professors, I went through the University of Maine, and the professors at the time stressed that the degree at the time was not going to get me a position in law enforcement. It wasn't going to make me that police officer, that law enforcement officer. It's my personality traits, characteristics, the training I receive, and the experience that I have is going to make me be the police officer. And professors, like I said, in my classes that were teaching me were saying, this is going to help you further your career in law enforcement by obtaining these degrees, by going up the chain of command, if you will, to when you have enough years of experience, you want to go further in your career to the sergeant or the captain or whatever, what have you. But I do remember specifically that was the reason for that educational piece. And that's what the professors at the time were telling the attendants in the class, that was the reason for the educational piece, that degree. But it's really the person, and the assistant director Peck stated, everything that you receive at the academy just expounds on that idea of becoming a good law enforcement officer. But I did want to express that, and the fact that when I went 1991, I applied. There was one agency in the state of Maine, Rockland, that's where I started my career, that was looking for a police officer. And as the assistant director Peck said, as of today, just on the academy website, there are 33. And I know there are more than that as well, because not everybody goes through the academy website. But I'm pleased to answer any questions that you might have. That was just a little personal side note beyond my testimony. Sorry.
Thank you. Any questions of Sheriff Carroll? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Rebecca Graham, neither for nor against.
Thank
Right?
you, Deschambault. That's correct.
Thank you.
Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice Committee. My name is Rebecca Graham, and I'm here testifying neither for nor against on behalf of our Legislative Policy Committee. Municipal officials do support hiring well-trained, high-functioning individuals for roles as municipal police. That is currently what we seek. And we also incentivize participation in higher education courses at the majority of municipal police departments through increased pay bonuses for degree holders to payment of classes, usually based on the in-state tuition rate for Maine's universities for the received grades at the end of that. Those classes are really hard to pursue when overtime is required and you have staffing shortages. And that's kind of the nature of this career. So sometimes it takes time to get there. Officials believe that it's important to review all proposed reform measures based on a firm knowledge of the entire law enforcement landscape in Maine, the differing approaches to enforcement based in agency community priorities and the constituents they serve, and evidence-based approaches as well as improvement in community partnerships. To decide where we are going, we need to know where we are. And municipal officials are concerned that the bill offers an overly prescriptive solution without being tied to a known deficiency or a defined outcome within those specific areas. Many of the subjects listed are already embedded in existing training or offered as professional development when officers want to specialize. However, the list of associate's degrees makes assumptions that only those defined disciplines are applicable to police work, and nothing could be further from the truth. At the core of all law enforcement is understanding humans and critical thinking, and broad-based humanities disciplines and technical degrees are of equal value. And I'm glad that Representative Rickett brought up communication skills, because English scholars at USM read a significant amount of material on social justice and diversity, and then really have intense dialogue-based critical inquiry discussions around that. So an English major, in my opinion, would actually probably make a really great cop. So excluding individuals due to their degree choice really isn't a step forward. We don't want to climb a ladder and then pull it up behind us. Rather than placing a barrier to where we're trying to recruit candidates, the legislature could turn this into a robust, systematic view of the current system with an eye towards meeting recruits where they are and shaping them into who we want them to be, and then investing in that. No other career requires you to spend 12 to 18 weeks away from your family to work in a civilian public service role. And should that training and education be improved? Undoubtedly. And this is where we should also invest in a link with additional education. New England states don't all have the same funding models for police services or even how that training is funded. The current model of the academy is being delivered is highly reliant on dedicated volunteers. And it's those sending agencies that provide that and those services to all law enforcement. And it's a model that suited Maine well. But absence appropriate funding and staffing to a police college approach, that's where we're at. And I can see that my time's up. So municipal officials do support that we actually invest in this area in summary, but we think that we actually need to know where we are before we actually look at where we need to spend that and then make those links meaningful.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Any questions for Rebecca Graham? Seeing none, thank you again. So I will ask one more time if there's anyone else that wishes to testify, neither for nor against.
Seeing no hand, Senator.
Thank you. Therefore, I will close the public hearing today on 14:47. Thanks. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So we are moving to work session. I will ask my co-chair, is there a specific order that I may have missed?
We did let Representative Zager know that we would take his as close to 1 as possible. He, as we all know, is a doctor and is in clinic today. So how about we crank 1 off the list before he gets here?
Okay. So should we look at 976?
Great.
Okay. This is a work session. I'm sorry, I forgot. Did you want to take over the work session?
I'd be happy to. I'd be happy to. Thank you.
Go right ahead.
I have a question. I have a question, please, Senator.
Yes.
The last bill that we just did, is that going to be, when is the work session on that going to be?
I don't see Jane. She may have stepped out. Oh, no, there she is.
I think it's Tuesday.
Tuesday?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's start off with LD 976, an act to amend the definition of machine gun to include bump stock devices. Anybody have any questions or comments about this bill? If not, I'd entertain a motion. Let me just take a look here. I had Representative Rickett and then Representative Pickett.
I trying to unmute. I move ought to pass.
So we have a motion ought to pass. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Okay, so I have a second. Discussion on the motion on the floor.
Who seconded that, please?
Representative Lookner, Senator Searway.
I would have gone not to pass as amended if they had gone with federal standards. That's the only one. So that's my opinion, but if not, I'm just going to go out not to pass.
Could you say that again? I'm sorry, Senator, I didn't understand. So there's a motion ought to pass. You're saying you'd like the person who made the motion to consider making it federal standards, and then you would
No,
vote?
no, to reflect what federal standards are.
Who would you like to do that? Are you asking that that Representative Reckitt?
Well, whoever, if the committee wants to talk about it and come back, and maybe we should even take 5 minutes and convene with our group. But I think that if we could go with what the federal law reflects, I would be okay with the federal law. But you know, to mirror that, but not to go above what the federal law does.
Representative Reckitt, what's your thinking about an ought to pass as amended, aligned with the federal law?
It's really hard. It's really hard for me to say because I don't know what the federal law says and how different it may or may not be from what we're doing.
Got it. Okay. I have Representative Pickett next in the queue, and then Senator DeChambeau.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This legislation that we're trying to pass here, well-intended as it may be, is currently before the U.S. Congress and will likely be heavily debated under the new administration of President Biden's administration, as he's made it a high federal policy. So, and I think in that regard, I like to hope that the committee would follow my vote of no on this bill and allow the Congress to act first, one way or the other, so that then we can determine where we are at that point. So in that respect, I will be voting no on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Pickett. Senator DeChambeau.
Thank you. When Senator Searway asked, or suggested that he would be in favor if the amendment had federal standards or federal, I immediately don't recollect a testimony mentioning federal standards or what. So I don't have anything to look at, and I agree with Representative Reckitt. I don't know what that means. So thank you.
Okay, Representative Reckitt.
Well, at the risk of seeming like a skeptic, I don't have a whole lot of faith that the federal Congress is going to do anything on this issue. Because they never have. Well, it's been a long time since they did. So I'm not willing to go along with Representative Pickett's suggestion that we wait until the Congress acts, because we might be here for quite some time. So I'm proposing to leave it as it is, in the hopes that were we to pass this, it would at least give us some motion forward, which I'm not sure is going to happen at the federal level.
Okay, thank you, Representative. So the motion is still ought to pass. Any more discussion on the motion ought to pass on LD 976? Seeing none, Deb, would you call the roll for us? Thank you.
Video on, please, and unmute for a roll call vote. We're voting on LD 976. The motion is ought to pass. Representative Warren.
No.
Representative Morales.
Not paying attention.
Representative Morales.
You're on.
I'll come back to her. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
No.
Representative Costain,
No.
Representative Rudnicki. Also not. I'll come back. Representative Newman,
No.
Representative Pluker,
No.
Representative Reckett,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway,
No.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Circle back to Representative Morales. Okay. And Representative Rudnicki. Is Representative Rudnicki in the room?
Would someone text Representative Morales probably?
I think she's testifying, it looks like, in another committee.
Is Representative Rudnicki available?
She has stepped out of the room for a minute. I'm not sure where she is.
Okay, that's 4 absent.
What was the vote again so far?
4 absent, 6 no, and 3 yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Jane, please.
I need to ask what the people who voted no want.
I'm just an ought not to pass.
Others who voted no, are you all in agreement? Ought not to pass?
Just ought not to pass.
Okay.
Yep, not to pass.
You got to vote. Representative Rudnicki is back in the room.
Deb, when you have a sec, I know you're taking calls, but Representative Rudnicki is back in the room if you want to have her vote before, yeah, oh, she's on. We'll circle back at the end of the work session and catch people that weren't able to vote. Let's move on now. I don't see Dr. Zager with us, so let's.
I was just I'm just sending him the link. Sorry, he's just, we were just on the phone.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. Could Representative Rudnicki please vote? It's Representative Rudnicki. It's LD 976, and the motion was ought to pass.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Got it.
Whoops.
While we're waiting for Representative Zager, can we do one of them that's probably going to be pretty quick?
He should be right over. And also, did Representative Morales vote? Is she back?
I think she's still testifying in another committee. We'll
sorry.
circle back at the end. Okay, great. Representative Zager is here. His bill is LD 1454, an act to prohibit untraceable and undetectable firearms. Good afternoon, Representative Zager. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Representative Warren, Madam Chair. It's good to be here. Thank you. I really appreciate the committee's time on this bill.
Absolutely. Do you have anything that you wanted to add, or shall we just get started?
I would be happy to address some of the issues or concerns that have been raised in testimony. For instance, about antique firearms. Or if you want to ask questions, that's fine too.
Please, no, we'd love to hear from you. Thank you for sharing your information.
So one of the things that I heard in testimony was that there was a concern that antique firearms was not named in the bill. The reason for that is that it's actually addressed in the federal statute that the bill references. And I have, it's 26 US Code section 5845 paragraph G, which I have, I mean, this is what the ATF website has on that. It's all about antique firearms and how the definition of firearm includes a provision for it being antique based on this. So I didn't repeat that in the LD 1454.
Great, that's helpful. So it's in the federal statute. Great, we did have that question.
And there also was a question about whether serialized homemade or hobby-made weapons are permitted. The provision in the bill is it's Section 2, paragraphs 3 and 4 discuss how lawful firearm hobbyists or people who create their own firearms can certainly register these with as a gun manufacturer would through per the gun control federal legislation.
Great, thank you for that, Representative. Questions? Yes, I see, first of all, I saw Representative Pickett, then Representative Reckett, and then Representative Pluker.
Yes, Madam Chair. I know there's probably some more questions, but I'm gonna enter a motion of ought not to pass at this time.
We have a motion on the floor, ought not to pass.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Searway. Representative Reckett.
I just wanted to clarify. I asked the same two questions that Representative Zager asked, or just gave us information on. And even though what I found out is exactly the same, it was phrased a little differently and I understood it better. So I'm going to throw it in and I hope you won't mind. But my understanding is that it's the Gun Control Act of 1968, that any guns that were bought before 1968 and are therefore antique and are not covered at all. In terms of the guns that don't have a registration, I also discovered that there are some kits that are used to make guns that in fact do have a serial number on, I assume, the receiver or whatever it is that's normally marked. So if someone makes a gun with one of those kits under this statute, they'd be perfectly legal without having to do any more than just assemble the thing. It's not all of the gun kits, but there are gun kits that have registration, not registration, but serial numbers on the gun. So you could still manufacture one at home. You just would have to use one of these manufacturers that I have no idea who they are.
Thank you, Representative Reckett. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Zager, could you just help me clarify what you were saying about the hobby gun maker? And you were saying in section 3 and 4 on the second page of the bill, is that where we're looking?
Yes, that's correct, Representative Pluker.
And so if you were to make a gun in your own home, but you'd still need a federal license to do so, is that right?
No, as I understand, mind you, I'm not an attorney, but as I read this as drafted, but is that if either somebody is a federally licensed firearm manufacturer, or they apply for and receive a certification from the chief law enforcement officer. So essentially, that would be registering the hobby-made firearm.
Are you looking at 3 here, or are you looking at 4? I'm sorry.
Oh, that was 4 and yes, and then in 3, because section, so paragraph 3 talks about the manufacture, import, sale, and transfer of downloadable guns, and then the other one is for not for other non-manufactured or non-industrially made weapons that are not downloaded. So that's why there's 2 different paragraphs there. And so that would be paragraph 3B would be where it talks about serializing one's own creations.
Okay, so it's an or between A, B, and C. There's an or. It's not an and.
Here's where I mean, my intent as the sponsor is for it to be or that either you are have a federal license or that there is that you are basically serializing and registering it in some way. And so if that's not how it's drafted, then perhaps we could make it so. But that was my intent, and it's of course in the committee's hands to amend as the committee sees fit.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Jane, did you understand that? I think Representative Pluker is correct, hearing Representative Zager's intention that we need an or there for the folks who are going to vote to pass as amended.
Can someone show me what line the or is on or should be on?
I think it's got to be on 18 and 20. Am I right about that, Representative Pluker? On page 2?
That's how I read it. If we're saying that we want the person to be federally licensed, or if the name and manufacturer of an individual serial number is conspicuously placed, or the person maintains records relating to the downloadable gun in accordance with the procedures of record keeping. If that's the intent of the committee, and just to be clear, I think that for me to vote ought to pass as amended, it would need the or there.
I see where you mean. Thank you. And that is not the way it reads. Not right now. It reads all three of those have to be satisfied at the same time.
Right. Representative Zager, I heard you say you agree with that as an amendment.
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. Thank you, Representative. Next, I have Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question I've got is on that same line B, because it says the name of the manufacturer and an individual serial number is conspicuously placed on the frame or receiver. Who's going to provide that serial number? Because as far as I know, you can't put your own serial number on a gun.
Well, I think that could be part of rulemaking. I think that's a great question. I'm not a registered federal firearms manufacturer, and I'm not sure of the details of that particular detail, but it seems like we could, there could be a mechanism for doing that.
Follow up.
Yes, please.
Well, I think with the or, I mean, you don't have to be a registered firearms dealer to make this gun as long as you have put a serial number on it. But as far as I know, the federal government doesn't allow you to put a serial number on a gun.
I think that's a good point, Representative Newman. What I meant to say is that under current law, one would need to be a federal, in order to have placed the serial numbers on there. One would be a federal licensed firearm manufacturer. I think this is that's a detail that could be elucidated for sure.
Do we know when, if somebody has this federal license to manufacture firearms at home, 3D printers, etc., and they have this license, is part of the, I want to say pattern, because I'm a sewer and that's what I'm a, I sew and I'm a seamstress, I guess I should say. So I use patterns. I don't know what it's called when you're creating a gun, but does it come with the ability to put a serial number on it? Do we know?
I don't, to my knowledge, when I say they're available, and there's certainly the kit, it can come as a kit, to like IKEA furniture comes as a kit, or the code can be downloaded and one can use a 3D printer. But I've read the federal statute, and it goes down to like the font size, or the how big it needs to be. So that it's clarified in federal law one would do that. It seems like, you know, anybody who can solder or can engrave or stamp onto plastics or metal, but plastics would be relevant for 3D printing, would be able to comply, as I can understand the federal statutes that govern serializing.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful to me. Okay, next we have Representative Morales, then Representative Costain, and then Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering to clear up this issue if we have Jack Bickford from the Maine Gun Safety Coalition to, if he's here, has probably taken a look at the federal code around this issue, if he could come into our conversation and give us that information.
He is not here in the waiting room at the moment.
Okay.
Okay, next I had Representative Costain, please. Oops, you're muted, Representative.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it off. Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair. I believe under federal law, the only person that can put a number or assign a number to a weapon is ATF. So you would have to get that number somehow through ATF before you could to get that put on the weapon. They're the ones that control the numbers as far as assigning a serial number. I was wondering, Chair Warren, if the gentleman is in the waiting room the other day that makes these plastic guns, I was wondering if he might be able to give us some information if he's in there. And I don't recall his name, but I thought he said he would be at the work session.
Okay, well, let's ask, is there anybody here as an attendee that has experience creating 3D guns?
There are no hands up.
Doesn't seem like, so is it your understanding, Representative Costain, that then that people that are creating these 3D guns, they don't have serial numbers?
Correct.
Do you have concerns about that?
Yes, I do, but I think
Okay.
we talked about this the other day with a gentleman that's in the know of this. And I think he said that he tried to get a number from ATF for a weapon that didn't have a number and couldn't get it. So I think we really need to find out. That would be something that we really need to find out is, are we looking to make a law that we're requiring people to get a number, and where do they get the number? A, and B is the feds going to give a number? Because if they're not, then we're sort of looking at doing something that there's no real merit to. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Costain. Next, I have Senator Searway.
Madam Chair, my wife collects antique sewing machines, so I was thinking the pattern number that you were talking about, the pattern number. So I would think that maybe they could, if they're making, these patterns, maybe there's a pattern number that might be involved. I don't know. I mean, that's just a thought, but I thought when you mentioned that, it kind of came to me about those numbers. So.
Yeah, it's interesting. We have a little bit more to learn about this particular portion of it. Next, thank you, Senator Searway. Next, I have Senator DeChambeau. Oh, you're on mute.
Seems I can listen better when I get away turned off. I am looking at number 3, penalty for manufacture. When you read that, if you manufacture, cause to manufacture, and the rest, you commit a Class D crime unless, so you've manufactured it. But if you're a license, if you have a federal license, it's not a crime. But if what Representative Costain said is close to being true. If the person that testified and was making a gun and mentioned, I'm trying to get a serial number, if that individual got a serial number, he hasn't committed a crime. And thirdly, if you make the gun and you've got that or, not that, I don't know if you're going to change that to or you maintain record relating to the gun. So you've made it and you keep records. You haven't committed a crime. I mean, there's a lot of outs to this. I think that whole section needs to be.
And we need that because
Yeah.
as somebody who's toured the Smith & Wesson factory up in northern Maine, we can't be creating a crime for what they do. They actually do produce firearms up there.
Well, okay. I did know someone at Saco Defense who went home with a piece every day and served time in the federal prison for making a gun. But it was stealing.
That's a Johnny Cash song.
It happened.
Do we have Mr. Bickford with us now to answer these questions?
I sent him the link. Hopefully he'll be along shortly.
Okay, Jane, please.
Oh, thank you. I was just looking at the same section that we've been discussing in Senator DeChambeau, and I think that those are supposed to be ands on line 18 and line 20. I think they're saying if you manufacture a gun and you sell it, you commit a Class D crime unless you are licensed as a federal person to a manufacturer, the name of the manufacturer and the serial numbers on it, and you maintain records. I think it is supposed to be, it is supposed to be and. But whatever if anybody's interested in the bill as ought to pass or ought to pass amended, you need to tell me how you want to do it.
Yes, I think that that's true because now thinking about like Smith & Wesson and other folks, we have to have that in there or we're making it illegal for them to do the work that they do.
Right.
So I want to ask Representative Pluker, are you willing to withdraw your suggestion of the ors?
Could you explain to what if it doesn't say and then what happens?
Well, but between A and B on line 18, the and is implied because it's a list.
Yes.
And so we say A, B, and C. You must do all three.
And if we didn't say that, then that would make currently federally licensed manufacturers illegal?
Well, if you don't say it, then somebody is not committing a crime if they just do any one of those three items. I think the bill is saying you don't commit a crime if you do all three of these items.
Okay.
You're licensed, you market, and you keep records.
It was my intent to make it the crime only if you don't do any of them. That was my intent. So if we don't want to change the bill, then I just won't support it. But just so as I'm clear.
Well, that would mean that you could be a licensed manufacturer, but you could not mark the gun.
Oh, I am following now. Thank you.
And then you would not be guilty of the crime. And you could not keep records.
I see. Thank you.
Okay.
My intent was that you did not need to have a federal license to manufacture firearms, but that you could manufacture them yourself as a hobby. You could put a conspicuous serial number, I assume you as the manufacturer put your name on it, you would put your serial number on it, and you would maintain records according to the federal code, which just then allowed the hobbyist to I don't know what is required to be a federal license for manufacture of firearms, but I assume there's some bureaucracy involved. So that was my intent.
If I may,
Please.
Madam Chair, this only applies to a person who manufactures and then sells or offers for sale or transfers the gun. It doesn't criminalize manufacturing and keeping it for your own purposes.
I'm getting all turned around by the ors and ands. So you're looking at the title. So penalty for manufacture, import, sale, or transfer of downloadable gun.
Yeah, and then the next sentence is a person who manufactures or offers for sale. Okay, yeah, I agree with you.
Okay. All right. And so my intent here was to make it so that if a person is manufacturing, and not necessarily selling, but if they're manufacturing for their own use in their own home, that it would still be legal if they put the name of the manufacturer, the serial number, and they maintain the records. And I Googled while we've been talking the federal code there that looks like it's probably what Representative Zager saw previously. And it does not, it might not be the complete conversation, but just from that particular code, it looks like really what they're asking you to do is to put your name and serial number in a place and hold on to it for several years so that they can come and check on it if they need to.
Maybe we can sort of finish up the discussion of this because the motion is ought not to pass.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, wow, I am really, really confused. We have Mr. Bickford here. Here's what I'm going to suggest. If we can't get clarity rather quickly, I'm going to suggest that we give the sponsor and Representative Pluker and Mr. Bickford a chance to clean this up and represent it to us at the next work session in a way that everybody first understands so we can take a solid vote on it. I have a sense there are some people that are going to stay where they are in opposition, but I'd like to make sure that we have understanding. So Jeff, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much for, yes, thank you for having me. I apologize, I'm not in my usually natty attire, but I am representing the University of Southern Maine while it still exists nominally. So I hope that counts for something. So here, yes, thank you so much. And I apologize for the confusion. And I also apologize to Representative Zager for, I guess, not scrutinizing all the exact details of this bill as we were reviewing it and putting it in. But it is a confusing area that overlaps with federal regulations, federal laws and the like. So first thing, as I think Representative Reckett and Representative Zager have noted, that there is a certain class of firearms manufactured before the Gun Control Act went in that don't require serial number, right? So if you have a gun that you made at home, or you have an antique gun from World War II, or something like that, it's not going to have a serial number in it, and you don't require a serial number. If you manufacture a firearm at home for personal use with no intent to distribute it, to sell it, to give it away, or anything like that, you don't need a serial number. If you build it for your own purpose, then you don't need a serial number. If you are going to sell it or manufacture for the purpose of selling it, there is avenues to obtain serial numbers for you to place on the inside of that firearm. Imagine DPS can possibly be helpful in that, but certainly the ATF has all that information and where to apply for a serial number. I don't think you can just make up a serial number because then there'd be multiple guns with serial numbers, but you would be able to obtain one and place it on the inside if you are going to distribute it or sell it. The last thing about the 3D printed guns, what's important to note about those is that those are per se illegal the minute they are printed out. If you, as I understand it, the second you have them or manufacture them, because they don't contain an element, it's the rule that requires a percentage of metal to make them detectable. Right. So even if you put a serial number in it, if they don't have enough metal in them to make them detectable to by a metal detector, then And that's what we're trying to get at here, right? So even if you serialized it, it wouldn't be legal, and we're trying to make sure that Maine law comports with what are now ATF regulations and very Byzantine interplay between federal regulations and federal law. That and there's a particular danger to those guns for a variety of reasons. Again, avoiding background checks, having them be unserialized, and having them be undetectable. Right. So there's a difference between untraceable and undetectable. Untraceable speaks to the fact that there's no serial number, so that if they were used in the commission of a crime, they could not be traced back. Undetectable applies to the 3D guns because they will not be detected by metal detectors. Is that helpful? And is there any other thing I can answer on that? And I'll just say real quick, I'm very happy if you'd like to table this bill for a couple of days to the next work session, to do a deep dive on this, to call the ATF representative in Massachusetts who services Maine, call somebody at the U.S. Attorney's Office, whatever it takes to clarify this. We will put in the work. I will put in the work to make sure that it gets done and make sure that everybody is satisfied who is inclined to support the bill.
Thank you for that. Let me turn to the sponsor quickly and see if he's got anything right now, and then I'll go to the other folks with questions. Representative Zager, your thoughts so far?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My thoughts is that I think I'm seeing this the same way as Representative Pluker. I would like people who are not, industrial manufacturers to still be able to exercise their rights, but within reasonable limits, such as serialization and so forth, and detectability, as Mr. Bickford just mentioned, per the federal exemplar, which is in federal statute. So I'm pleased with where things are going in terms of clarity, and I would be happy to work with their stakeholders and that as the committee sees fit.
Okay, so I'm correct in assuming that the language needs a little tweaking.
And yes, and well, I suppose so. It sounds like it. My intent is as I said to like, if it's not going to be the industrial manufacturing, then some sort of reasonable regime for hobby manufacturing.
Right. May I suggest that it might be easy enough just to put in a piece exempting any organization that is a federally licensed firearm manufacturer?
Thoughts on that? Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think the conversation we've been having, and especially the conversation that we've just heard from Mr. Bickford, is all the more reason why. I'll just go back to some testimony that we heard in the hearing. There's a reason to believe that the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms is now taking active steps to revise the federal law and restrict unfinished frames and receivers, consistent with President Biden's comments on April 8th. This would make any state law on that at this point on these items unnecessary. So I think with all the confusion we have, the fact that the federal government is working on this, and yes, I know we have the argument that the federal government runs slow, but the federal government, I think, is, as has been pointed out, we want to take time and talk to the ATF. We want to take time and talk to the U.S. Attorney. We want all of that. I think that's making the case for the fact that this bill should be not pass, and we should let the federal government do their thing and revisit it after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pickett. Jane, did you still have something to add?
No, thank you.
Okay, I now have Representative Morales and then Representative Pluker.
Yes, I make a motion to table to give the sponsor some time to hear these concerns and come back with something that is very, very clear.
I'll second. Can we all do if you are in support of tabling this bill, could you put your hand up? Okay, Deb, we'll need to do a roll call. It's not unanimous.
Okay, just can you confirm?
Madam Speaker? I mean, yeah, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, sorry about that. In the right church, wrong pew. I didn't catch it. I was busy writing here and stuff that this is a tabling motion. I would support a tabling motion.
Okay, can we try again? Are people in favor of a tabling motion? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you so much. Okay, Representative, thank
I
you.
don't understand why you didn't want to table it.
I had my mind thinking on something else.
You guys aren't muted.
Who seconded that?
I did.
Thank you.
Yes. Representative Zager, you have Mr. Bickford's contact information and Representative Pluker's contact. Great. So if you guys can work this out and bring it back to us, that would be great. Yes, Jane.
Madam Chair, did you want to assign it to a day? Next week or the week after?
Sure. I think later next week, or how's next week looking? I know Wednesday is going to be crazy. Representative Costain.
Could I just ask, Madam Chair, that Mr. Bickford or Mr. Representative Zager, if we could possibly get somebody from ATF and the U.S. Attorney's Office here for the work session, the next work session. It might be able to clarify some things if we could do that.
Beautiful. I think we got a thumbs up from Mr. Bickford. So I'm open. What kind of time do you guys need? You want to plan it for next Friday?
Monday, the 17th looks pretty good.
Representative Zager, Monday, the 17th?
I thank you very much, Madam Chair and committee. Yes, I was just going to say that Fridays, as you can tell, are clinical day for me. And so Monday is much more practical for me, but I recognize I'm one player in this game.
You got it. We're happy to do it on Monday, the 17th.
Yep.
Great. Thank you. Yes, Senator Searway.
Madam Chair, I just had a question on the bill we did, LD 976.
Yeah.
I just, I know we did a vote on it and I think the motion failed and we didn't go through that motion, the motions of motion failing. So is that something we do or do we don't do? Or I just wanted to get the order of how it's actually run on that.
What we do is we just take the minority report.
Okay.
So sometimes you make a motion and you want it to become the majority report, but the motion ends up becoming the minority report.
Okay.
Right?
I just wanted to just double check.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yep. Okay. So we're set on that. How about we go next to yes, Representative Morales.
Yes, I believe I LD 976, and I'd like to make that today.
Okay.
So I don't have to call it in, or should I just call it in?
My plan was to go back at the end and catch everybody's missed vote, but do you already know how you're going to vote and you're going to do it right now?
What was the motion?
The motion on 976 was
Yes.
ought to pass.
I vote yay.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So let's go to 999, an act regarding background checks for the sale of firearms. Bye, Dr. Zager. Thank you.
I very much appreciate the committee's time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I just have a question about this, this particular bill 999. Did the sponsor bring us any amendments? Or it's clearly a background check bill. There's no changes we should know about.
Who's the sponsor?
I don't, Madam Chair, I don't have any records of a proposed amendment from anybody. The only questions that I have that came up at public hearing were the number of other states with background check laws and data on the connection between sales and background checks, and how many sales are done in Maine with background checks and without. And those were general questions.
Thank you. That's helpful to me. We could have some discussion, or I'd entertain a motion. Mr. Bickford, I see that your hand is up. Do you have something to add to the discussion?
Thank you very much. I was just going to say that it's my understanding, having working very closely with Representative Talbot Ross, who I believe has a family issue came up, and that's why she couldn't be here today, that there were no subsequent amendments
Thank you.
to that.
Thank you. Okay, I have Representative Pickett and Representative Morales.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move ought not to pass.
We have a motion. Okay, we have a motion by Representative Pickett, seconded by Representative Costain, ought not to pass. Discussion on the motion, Representative Morales.
Well, I was going to make the opposite motion, but I don't know if we really need discussion on this bill. We might already all know where we are.
Great. Anybody have any discussion?
Representative,
Yes.
I did not second that. Senator Seaway did.
Excuse me. Thank you for correcting me. If there's no more discussion, can we call the roll?
Video on, and please unmute for a roll call vote.
999.
The motion, the LD is 999. The motion is ought not to pass. Representative Warren,
No.
Representative Morales,
No.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner,
Nay.
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Steen,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Pluker,
No.
Representative Reckett,
No.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway,
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau,
No.
That's 5 yes. And 6 no. And 2 absent.
Yes, Jane.
Yes. The people who voted against that motion, what do they want?
I'd
Ought
like
to
to
pass.
ought to pass.
Ought to pass.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next, we have LD 1052, an act to protect the firearm use and possession rights of Maine citizens during an emergency. Representative Morales?
Yes, to move us along, I make a motion ought not to pass.
Motion on the floor, ought not to pass. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion on the motion.
Senator
Searway.
See if John Andrews is in.
Was just a question to Jane, if there was a amendment on this?
I don't have an amendment on this. The only thing I have is that it is the first, all of this bill is contained in the first 4 sections in LD 1315.
Okay, thank you.
Deb, will you do me a favor? And as we get to these bills, if the sponsor's with us, will you let us know? I'm sorry, I realize I'm probably going too fast. Okay, Representative Morales, you're all set. Representative Pickett.
Yeah, I'm making a call to this bill sponsor to, because I'm not sure if he was working on an amendment or not, so I'm just checking on that in just a second.
Great, thank you for that. Any other discussion by the committee?
Madam Chair, on an unrelated note, or do you want to stay focused on this line of conversation?
I think we have some time while they're waiting to figure out.
Already, Madam Chair, I've got the answer. There's no amendments, so we're all set.
Thank you very much. Representative Pluker, go ahead, or did you want to wait till?
I'm going to wait. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any more discussion on LD 1052? Seeing none. Deb, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Video on and please unmute for a roll call vote. The bill is LD 1052. The motion is ought not to pass. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yay.
Representative Pickett. Representative Pickett.
Sorry, took me a minute to get to the mute. No.
Representative Costain.
No.
Representative Rudnicki.
No.
Representative Lookner, could you confirm if you said yay or nay?
I said yes.
Thank you. Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Reckett.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
No.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 6 yes, 5 no, and 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Deb. Okay, let's. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Whoops.
Jane,
We're back to the people who voted no. Are they ought to pass?
Yes,
Yes.
for me.
Okay. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Let's skip LD 1128 for a second because we have a very similar bill, which is LD 1315, an act to protect firearm use and possession rights during a state of emergency and require a 2/3. I won't read the whole thing. You all know what it says. Anything we need to know additionally on 1315? I think this is Representative Fockingham. Do we have him?
Not yet.
Okay, thank you. Representative Pickett.
Yes. Could we have Jane, if she would, go over the amendment we have. There was an amendment on this bill, and I'm not sure if there was an additional amendment being worked on. I just want to find out from her if there's something new that's been worked on since we last dealt with this bill.
I haven't heard anything. The amendment was on page 2, on line 24, after the word law and lawful authority period, to cross out the remainder of that whole paragraph. Representative Falkenham did present that to you at the public hearing.
So Jane, if I'm correct, then that removed the bill provisions regarding a law enforcement officer disarming a lawfully detained person, which was the opposition by, I believe, the Department of Public Safety with the bill. Does that sound right?
Well, that is what it does. It takes out the provisions on removal of firearm from a lawfully detained, from a person.
Thank you.
Lawfully detained person. The only
Thank
other
you.
thing that came up was there was a question on how many people are on the Legislative Council. There are 7 people on the Legislative Council, so a 2/3 vote would be 10, would be 7. I'm sorry, there are 10 people on the council, 2/3 would be 7.
Correct. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions or discussion about this bill? Or do I have a motion? Senator Searway.
I'll make a motion not to pass as amended.
We have a motion ought to pass as amended. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Discussion on the motion? Representative Reckitt.
No, I had a conflicting motion, sorry.
Okay, thank you. All right, looks like everybody's all set. Deb, would you call the roll?
Certainly. Video on and please unmute for a roll call vote. The bill is LD 1315. The motion is ought to pass as amended. Representative Warren.
Sorry. My mom is messaging me and I got really distracted. The motion is ought to pass as amended.
On LD 1315.
Thank you. I apologize. No.
Representative Morales.
No.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
No.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt.
No.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau. Senator DeChambeau? You're muted.
No.
Deb, I'm sorry, could you just review the votes again? I want to make sure I had them right.
Yeah, let me just do a count. I have 6 yes and 5 no and 2 absent. Representative Warren, no. Representative Morales, no. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner, no. Representative Pickett, yes. Representative Costain, yes. Representative Rudnicki, yes. Representative Newman, yes. Representative Pluker, yes. Representative Reckitt, no. Senator Lawrence, absent. Senator Searway, yes. Senator DeChambeau, no.
Thank you. And the noes on that motion, what do they want?
Ought not to pass.
Right. Not to pass.
Thank you.
Okay. Deb needs us to quickly review one vote. LD 999.
Okay, LD 999 was ought not to pass the motion. The vote was, which I have, and please correct me if I get anything wrong. Representative Warren, no. Representative Morales, no. Representative Sharp absent. Representative Lookner, no. Representative Pickett, yes. Representative Costain, yes. Representative Rudnicki, yes. Representative Newman, yes. Representative Pluker, no. Representative Reckitt, no. Senator Lawrence, absent. Senator Searway, yes. Senator DeChambeau, no.
Everyone solid on their votes on that one? Great, okay. Thank you, Deb. We have one more bill. It's LD 1128. This is a bill that we had last session. And Representative Reckitt, I don't know if you got my message, but you asked about this, and for some reason my eyes didn't see it on the list, so we didn't talk about it this morning, but it is today. This was Representative Farnsworth's bill last session. It does a bunch of different things. Jane, would you be willing to just give us a highlight, maybe using the summary of what this bill does?
Sure.
Thank you.
And I will use the summary. This bill came to you last year in order to authorize, really create a category of jail employee, sheriff's office employee called a transport officer. And during the course of the time, other issues arose. So this is a more comprehensive bill. So it authorizes transport officers to transport prisoners. It authorizes the transport officer to use deadly force and non-deadly force in the same way that law enforcement officers currently are authorized to do. It extends the prohibitions on using deadly force against a law enforcement officer or laser pointers or electric weapons against them. It extends to transport officers the exception to the prohibition on possessing firearms in a courthouse. And it adds transport officer, wait a minute, just a second. I would say I'll skip a little. It allows for private persons to assist transport officers and corrections officers when directed to by them. That relates to the use of force issue. It requires mental health first aid training for transport officers. And it adds transport officers to the laws governing death benefits and the laws governing workers' comp in the same way that law enforcement officers are in there. It also adds corrections officers to those two sets of laws.
Thank you very much for that, Jane.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to start with Representative Pickett, and then I have Representative Morales.
Yes, I'm going to motion ought to pass, and I want to know if Representative Corey is in the queue.
Is not.
Not, thank you.
Can somebody send him a message?
I'll second that, and we have sent him a message.
He said he's going to try to come in.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to pass, and we have a second. While we're waiting for Representative Corey to join us, since he is going to come in, Jane and Susan and Deb, we just got news that session will be now on May 19th. So let's ask our committee, we can move our committee day to either Tuesday, the 18th, or Thursday, the 20th. People have a preference of Tuesday or Thursday?
Tuesday, the 18th.
Thursday. I work on Tuesdays, so I prefer
I got a
Thursday.
guy that's not going to be here either on Tuesday. He's here every day too. So Tuesday would be good for us.
Not for me, really.
Me either.
Patrick needs the link, if somebody could send it to him.
Okay. Deb will do.
I just have two committees going. I'll have two committees going both that Tuesday, so, and Thursday, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, let's do a vote of it. How many people prefer Tuesday? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many people prefer Thursday? 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess we got 2. Susan, did you vote?
No,
you can't not vote.
I know, but I didn't know the opposite was Thursday. That's just as bad for me. I would prefer Thursday if I had a choice. So, yes. So is it Thursday?
I did not vote, but they're really about the same for me. But I can vote if you need me to.
The day you can't be here is Tuesday. Thursday.
Thursday?
May be running from the 19th into 20th for the session. We're not sure, so we'll see how that works too. So
That's a good point.
Can I
Yeah.
just confirm, Dan is working on Tuesdays? Is that what it is, Representative Newman? I can't see him, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Representative Newman, are you
Yeah,
working on Tuesday?
I'm actually going to be gone Thursday. I'm going to be out of state.
Oh, you're traveling out of state, okay. I can
And I
juggle.
think-
I can juggle on Tuesday.
Let us try to figure it out. I thought we could make it easy.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen. We'll figure it out though.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
I think somebody just made a good point. If we do go on Thursday, depending on what we have, it definitely should not be public hearings, because if we go on Thursday with public hearings, we could be running ourselves right into or whatever. Which day is it the session is?
Wednesday.
Oh, that's Wednesday. If we go on Tuesday, yeah, we got to think of that. If we're going to go Tuesdays, and that's the one I would rather go with, but it should be probably work sessions, because if not, we could get into a long afternoon, a long night, and then have session the next day. And depending on how many divided reports, you and I could be busy that night.
Right.
No,
Right.
I just want to report that I do have a full work day Tuesday, but I can move things to Thursday, given that Representative Newman's going to be out of state. So I can do that. I have some leeway time, and that'll give me time to move those meetings to another day. So just to make this work for the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane?
Yeah, could I just say that Representative Pickett, the question about public hearings and work sessions is a good question, and the chair's already anticipating that, scheduled work sessions and public hearings next week, but the week of the 17th, they have only work sessions. At this point, everything will be heard so that you don't have any new bills coming in that day.
On which day?
On the week of the 17th should be all work sessions.
I have a hearing that on the 17th.
No, you don't. You might in judiciary, but you don't in criminal justice.
Oh, I just mean criminal justice.
The bill is in criminal justice. That's what's puzzling me.
What is it?
14.
Okay, let's get back to our work. We're gonna have to figure out scheduling. I thought we could do it, but hi, Representative Corey, welcome. We are on your bill.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. Do you miss us?
Yeah.
We miss you. Okay, Senator DeChambeau, back to LD 1128.
Exactly. That's what, First of all, I'm going to say I apologize. I did not know we were going to look at this one today, so I haven't reread it. But I guess I'm going to speak out loud to have Representative Corey probably answer these questions. This is a bill that gives me somewhat a little heartburn. I have not gotten a good response to some of my previous questions. The term transport officer is, for me, directed more for sheriffs. I come from the State Department of Corrections. It is not a term we use. Any correctional officer can be called upon to transport an inmate to the doctor's office or a transfer to Charleston or the Main State Prison. And it depends who is being transported and how they're transporting them. So that's one thing, because it goes from habeas corpus for prisoners at witness. That's okay. That one is only limited to sheriffs. Correctional officers do not transport to court, only sheriffs do. Okay, so that's a transport officer. Can you find for me, Representative Corey, the duties of a correctional officer doing the transport? Will they be justified in using deadly force?
I believe so under this bill, because Anna Black from the Department of Corrections gave us additional language for the bill. I think what happens, or what the bill, tries to fix, is the idea that, once a corrections officer, whether that's, in a county jail or in a correctional, center, leaves the four walls, of the facility, that their ability to, defend themselves and others becomes more gray, I think is the way, Sheriff Joyce had described it. So I think regardless of, what you recall them calling it when you worked at MCC, the Department of Corrections has weighed in on this and said that they need this bill.
Okay. Thank you. I've been trying to reach Ms. Black to get that clarification. Now I understand that it pretty much gives legitimacy to what has been occurring. As I said, the officers themselves are not trained in deadly force. However, if there was a need to transport and that's why there's a second car with a license or a trained officer. All right.
Jane can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is, based on the testimony that we received, that all of these correctional officers have been through that sort of basic, not the BLEPI program, but this sort of basic use of force training, that we have officers that regular police officers, that if they're working fewer than, I don't know, what was it, 1,020 hours or something like that, that they don't have to go through the BLEPI program to do that. So officers already sort of have that ability. I think that the concern, at least for the sheriff, was that it comes down to hours, whether or not this person is a police officer. Yes, I imagine that when they're transporting somebody dangerous enough within the Department of Corrections, what you're referring to, I think, is probably called a chase car. Do you know what I mean? With an actual law enforcement officer in it. But I think that if the sheriff's department had the luxury of having a chase officer or an actual sheriff to transport people all the time, I think that would be doable. But I just don't think that that's within the scope of what they have the resources to do.
Okay, I just want to correct you and maybe myself. The person in the following car is not a law enforcement officer, but it's one of the few correctional officers who are trained in firearms, and they're used for these kinds of situations.
And I think their concern though is that I think that they can use that within those four walls of the correctional facility, but I think that it becomes a grayer area once they leave the correctional facility itself, when they're transporting from one location to another.
Thank
location.
you. I got it now. Thank you.
Senator Searway, and then Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to see if Assistant Director Jack was in the audience and the thing. If he is, I'd like to ask him a question. Is that, Deb, do you know if
Who are we looking for?
the Assistant Director from the Academy, Jack, trying to remember his last name. I know Representative Pickett knows.
Heck.
No.
Peck,
not
Peck,
anymore.
Peck, right? Yeah, that's it. Is he with us?
He's gone.
I had talked to Director Rick Desjardins the other day, and he said that it's already being taken care of as far as the academy goes, as far as training for transport officers to get either deputized or whatever to do the function, but that is the only scope that they have, is doing transports. They can't do law enforcement patrol beyond that unless they do go through the academy. And so that's what I'm kind of wondering, if this bill is already being taken care of, and if we can hear from the academy before we vote on this, I'd appreciate it. So is there any way of getting in touch with the assistant director?
Sorry, I was muted, which is why you couldn't hear me.
Yeah.
I said brilliant things. I want to see if Representative Corey can answer your question, if he's had also those conversations.
Thank you. I do believe that Sheriff Joyce is in your waiting room right now. He can answer, the questions that are particular to the hours. I think this really comes down to an hours thing, and whether, or not, people are covered when they're doing this. And that's why he asked me to put in the bill. I think with certain people, he can't go over a certain number of hours. I think that a lot of this comes down to, potentially union contracts and everything else, but he would be able to answer these questions better than anybody if you'll allow him to.
Of course. Thank you. Is that satisfactory to you, Senator Searway?
Yeah, if you don't mind, if I could ask him the question, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Welcome, Sheriff Joyce. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
I think I know the question, Senator. So if you want, I'll try to answer it.
All right, thank you.
So the training part is pretty much in place. This whole issue centers on authority. Authority once a corrections officer leaves the four walls of any correctional facility, whether it's state or county. Inside, because all of the corrections officers are certified corrections officers, inside the jail, they can use deadly, if it gets to that point, or non-deadly force. Once they leave, there's no provision in the law currently, and this is what clears it up, is it gives the authority when you leave the facility for a doctor's appointment, to transport between facilities, to transport to the courts, etc., that if something happens, an escape attempt, or somebody stops the caravan and puts a gun in the corrections officer's face and says, "Let this guy out," they can defend themselves. The only one currently that can do this is a police officer. However, police officers don't do jail transports, with the exception of maybe one county They use retired, fully certified, because you can't go over 1,040 hours. They use fully certified police officers. The rest of us use transport officers. And I think that Senator DeChambeau was kind of on where she was questioning that individual, whether or not it's the person following the transport, if you will. That person has to have the authority to act. Otherwise, that person following in a car, whether or not they have a firearm or not, isn't going to have the authority. And if something bad happens, that's when we're all going to be wondering why we didn't fix this. So think authority. The training part is really being done by the academy. You know, we're making sure that we train our people, you know, to the limit and above. It's just about authority. If, God forbid, a transport officer who's not a full-time police officer, but is acting as a transport officer, were to get involved in, let's just say a person starts to escape and the officer tackles him. That is non-deadly force.
So
I think because most of us
God, you sent me a thing.
commission, now the state doesn't have the ability to commission their people, but I can commission our people as law enforcement officers, but then give them a policy that says you're not a law enforcement officer, you're not trained as that. We could justify that criminally, but civilly, I think an attorney would go, yeah, that's not a police officer. You're trying to get around going to the full-time academy by making them deputies. Well, yeah, we are making them deputies, but it's to give them the authority to use the force. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm glad you clarified that. I can remember a few incidences where it puts them out of that scope of what you're talking about. And yeah, so thank you for clarifying that.
And if we never had to move an inmate out of the jail, we wouldn't have to even have this discussion. But we move a lot of inmates in the course of a day.
I understand. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Senator Searway. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sheriff. I have a clarifying question about what you said, because I'm in my mind, I've got corrections officers, transport officers, law enforcement officers. We've got full-time criminal justice academy, which is an 18-week course of which you have to complete 14. Those are law enforcement officers have to do that, unless they're part-time law enforcement officers, in which case they can't work more than 1,050 hours a year, and they complete 2 weeks of training. But they still have the use of force, deadly force power. Then we have corrections officers and transport officers who receive less than the law enforcement training, both of them. But by policy, you deputize your corrections officers on the inside to use deadly force, even though they haven't done the full criminal justice academy training on deadly force. Is that correct?
Somewhat.
Okay.
So great question. Let's think law enforcement, although it really doesn't come into this to a certain extent. If you go to the law enforcement pre-service, which is the 2-week, 100 hours, I think it's a little bit more now, you can work as a police officer in the state of Maine, but you can never exceed 1,040 hours in that capacity. Once you go over 1,040 hours, the state law says you must send that person to the 18-week academy, which is police officer oriented completely.
Can I stop you right there? Sure. But with only that 2-week training, you have the full use of deadly force power, arrest, and use of force power, correct?
Yes,
you can't work more than 1,040 hours.
Yes, and a lot of beach communities have those individuals. Now, corrections, separate set. Corrections has a 6-week academy. When you go through that 6-week academy and you become certified, you're allowed to use deadly and non-deadly force in a jail facility, correctional facility, by virtue of that certification. If you want to be a transport officer in its truest sense, then you have to take that law enforcement pre-service 2-week training additionally, and that gives you the training that the beach communities utilize for their part-time police officers for the summer, and that gives them the authority to carry a firearm and use deadly and non-deadly force. Where this comes into play is the law doesn't allow the transport officer on its own or a corrections officer on their own to use deadly force outside the facility. Now, a corrections officer is never going to transport an inmate. Usually it's going to be a transport officer. But standing alone, there's no authority. So what I do is I commission them, which basically says that I'm calling you a part-time police officer. I've got 10 people that do transports. They work more than 1,040 hours, but I give them the commission because they have the authority, if I commission them, to use the force. But what I do in doing that is I circumvent the law that says if you work more than 1,040 hours, you should go to the academy. And transport officers going to the academy is really a waste of time and money, because transport officers aren't doing accident investigations, domestic violence investigations, you know, all of that other stuff. They're doing a small portion of what a law enforcement officer does. Does that answer your question, Representative Morales?
It does, although you've mentioned this thing around beach officers. And so I'd just like to follow up more with you on that, because when I talked to Commissioner Sawchuk, he said we have, I can't remember if it's like 400 to 600 part-time officers throughout the state. And I'm sure they're not all at beach. So it's not, they're not only supposed to work beach, right? They could work anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
Part-time officers are utilized a lot in northern, western Maine. What I was trying to do is something local that we, in southern Maine, you being from South Portland would understand. Old Orchard Beach, you know, if you want to work for a summer there, they use college kids. They have this law enforcement pre-service training. And so they hire them and they go out and they're actual police officers for the summer, but they never hit the 1,040 hours. And at the end of the summer, they go back to school. So they have that certification. There are a lot, 400 seems reasonable, of people that are out there working, but they can never go beyond 1,040. Our transport guys, they go beyond 1,040. They do 2,080. So in essence, I fix one problem, but I violate the law in the other by not sending them to the academy, which would be a waste of time. But in essence, it violates the spirit of the law.
Thank you.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm going to move on to pass as amended, stripping Part A and just keeping Part B for the correctional officers and transport officers to keep the death benefits. If folks are going to have the statutory power to use deadly force, I prefer them to have full training from the academy.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I think there's a motion on the floor.
Oh, I didn't hear a motion.
Yeah.
I moved, this is 11:28, right? I moved that right at the beginning.
Oh, you did? Okay, so you have, do you have an ought to pass?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it
Apologize. Sorry.
sounds like we'll have, that'll be the other report, okay? Yes, Representative Corey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did send the Department of Corrections language to Ms. Overton, and I just wanted to make sure that any part of a, you know, an ought to pass or ought to pass as amended, hopefully, you know, incorporates their language. I'm not telling the committee what to do or anything. I'm just saying that little piece is out there and Jane has it, so.
Great, no, that's good information for us. Thank you, Representative Corey. Yes, Jane.
Yes, it's just, it's purely editorial. It's a drafting mistake on, in section 5E. In section A2 on line 29, correctional facility law enforcement officer means a corrections officer. It should say an employee of the Department of Corrections. And then in section A9 on page 3, lines 12 through 21, there are 4 places, I believe, where it says law enforcement officer, where it should say, that should just be removed. And then on line 22, state agency should be replaced with Department of Corrections. So they're editing mistakes that I made when I was drafting the bill.
So that being said, what's my motion is that, would that be, have to be ought to pass as amended, or would that be just ought to pass with those changes that were made because of a drafting error?
I think it needs to be ought to pass as amended.
Yeah,
I would think so too. So I'll change that to ought to pass amended, because that was my intent to get it. I think I asked at the beginning of whether there had been an amendment.
Thank you. Let me I just need to make sure I have it. I'm looking on page 1. I'm in on line 30, and I'm doing means a corrections officer, an employee of the Department of Corrections who is certified pursuant. Are there commas there?
no, the corrections officer comes out.
Okay, that's where I was confused. Got it. Then on page 3 in lines 12 to 21, I'm removing the word law enforcement officer every time it's mentioned.
I believe so.
And on line 22, I'm removing a state agency and putting in DOC.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Everybody good with those amendments for that? Okay. Senator Searway?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question for Sheriff Joyce, if you don't mind.
Yep, please.
I think there's some misunderstanding about the training for deadly force. To me, it's a protection, and also it's a training so that we won't use deadly force unless necessary. And I'm just concerned that sometimes people think that when you say deadly force, that's what you're getting trained to do, is use deadly force all the time. And that's far from the case, isn't it, Sheriff Joyce? I just want you to clarify that.
Yes, yes. A lot of people are focusing on force, deadly force, non-deadly force. I mean, this is a bad time to even be talking about that. But the reality is that when you're moving inmates, it's happening right now. Thankfully, it doesn't happen all the time. But God forbid, if one of my transport officers runs into a situation tonight, he or she, if I didn't commission them, which again says they're a policeman, they have the police powers, but then I take those away with the exception of using force, that could be the state of Maine could look really embarrassed by this, because transport officer is in statute. It just doesn't have the authority that all the other descriptions of positions in the sheriff's office have. So, I think everyone's focusing on, we're giving something out. Right now, today, they're out there with the same conditions that if you had to use force, you'd use it. What I'm trying to clarify is that we're violating another law by trying to keep them legal. Does that make sense, Senator Searway? So,
it does.
If nothing changes, if this today, I'm going to have transport officers carrying firearms, protecting their detainee, and being ready if somebody decides to use force against them or the person decides to run. This just makes it legal in the fact that we're trying to find other ways to get around it to make it legal. And I would say that if, God forbid, we ever have one incident under the way we're doing it right now, there are going to be a lot of questions to answer. And I don't have those answers because I'm violating one law to try to give authority to these guys to do their job. I can't have a police officer doing transports. I don't have 10 extra police officers do transports. And to take my 10 guys and send them to the 18-week academy when maybe 4 weeks out of that 18 weeks is going to pertain to the duties they do on a day-to-day basis is a waste of manpower. It's a waste of money. We put a lot of training into our transport officers, and they're not enforcing the law. They're just moving people from one place to another.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on the bill or the motion? I think I'll just add, Senator Searway, it's a philosophical difference. We understand what the training is. Our issue is with the authorizing of deadly force for a transport officer that we are saying we don't, that is a waste to do the training of. And I think we just see it differently. They are transporting human beings. And we would not like them to be authorized to kill them without having this same level of training. So it's just a philosophical difference. We have a motion on the floor. Representative Pickett.
Yes, Madam Chair. I just, from speaking to the philosophical difference that we have, basically what we're doing is we're not training somebody to kill somebody. We're training somebody to protect themselves against deadly force and to use it if necessary. And we also, it isn't, I don't think I'm not positive, but I don't think the sheriff said that it was a waste of time. It was a waste of his resources because of the way he is going to use those officers. But the part of the training that is very, very necessary is something for these transport officers to be able to have to do their job. They need this for their own protection and the protection of others if in fact a person did start acting unruly and there was a circumstance that they had to protect other people. And it's just making them safe and making the environment they're working in safe and making also the inmate of which they may be transporting safe as well for their own good. I believe that's what the sheriff was saying, and I just wanted to from our perspective, that's why we are voting ought to pass as amended.
Yes, I agree with everything you said. I just want to make sure that you heard that I wasn't talking about training. I was talking about authorizing. That was my difference. Yeah. Okay. I think you got that. I have Representative Pluker and then Representative Newman.
Also, just wanted to clarify, in page 4, section or line 12 of the bill, it says, a transport officer is justified in using deadly force only when the transport officer reasonably believes such force is necessary to prevent the escape of a person in custody. And I just feel like that's an authorization of force that requires a high level of thought and a high level of training before being given that authority. And that's where I'm landing on this.
Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe I misunderstood, but I could have swore that the sheriff said that his officers were already carrying firearms and authorized to do what they had to do. So I thought they're just trying to codify in the law to match the law matches policy.
I'm understanding that they're doing it, but they're not authorized to do it. Sheriff Joyce, isn't that what you're saying? They're doing it anyway, but you're going against. I'll let you answer the question, please.
Yes and yes. First of all, going back to one other thing I wanted to throw in. Sometimes when you see high-profile inmates, you'll notice that they're wearing bulletproof vests. There's a reason they're wearing the bulletproof vests, and that's because of fear that somebody in the crowd going back and forth to court is going to retaliate, usually from a victim's family. So there might be a time where the defendant, the inmate is being defended by the transport officer. So let me throw that out as that's one reason they carry a firearm. Yes, we currently carry a firearm. We carry a taser. We carry an ASP under the law enforcement pre-service training that they've had in addition to the corrections training. They get their authority right now because of the fact that I commissioned them. When I commission a deputy, that basically says you have full law enforcement powers. But they're not trained in full law enforcement powers. They're only trained in that specific task of transporting inmates. So then I have to create a policy that says you will not respond to calls, you won't stop cars, you won't investigate accidents. You're just a transport officer. So that's that. if I commission them, I'm also saying in essence, they're a deputy. And when they go over 1,040 hours, what I'm violating is the fact that they should go to the academy. And my thought is that the academy, and that's great if money was no issue, but there's a small piece of the academy that really touches on what a transport officer does, if that. So this authority gives the transport officer standing alone the ability to utilize what he or she would have inside the jail, outside of the jail, to protect their inmate or themselves or somebody else. Now, there was a comment made about the use of force. What we've tried to do in this language is utilize the use of force the same way it would be for a police officer. You know, that they have to make some certain decisions. I mean, it's, you just can't use that. And so we tried to mirror the use of force to what it would be in the jail, what it would be for a police officer on the street, and then made that for the transport officer. So everything kind of falls in line. Does that answer the questions or clarify?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for that. I can't even remember who asked the question, so I can't check in with them.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it was me,
Yes,
Madam Chair.
sorry,
And
but
so basically what he's saying is they already have the authority to protect and use deadly force, but he's violating the amount of hours they can do it with. So we're trying to get the codify the hours to match the fact that they're already doing this.
That is exactly the intent of this bill. And it was an oversight, and we're just trying to make it codified.
Representative Newman, could you say that one more time?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
They're already able to use deadly force to protect the prisoner or keep them from escaping or whatever. Right now, by him commissioning them, from what I understand, they're authorized to do what they're already doing with the firearm. They're just violating the number of hours that they shouldn't be going over the 1,040 hours or whatever it is. And this allows them to go over the 1,040 hours.
Because usually they would have to do training if they've done that many hours.
Correct, from what I understand.
Thank you. Still, I'm still caught on the fact that I feel like we hear a lot from law enforcement, and I just want to share with you my thoughts on it. We agree that more training is more. We agree, excuse me, that more training is better. Yes, we should do more training, but then we haven't had much agreement on more training. And it feels like they should have more training. So what I'm saying, sorry, this is a very confusing bill, and I don't want to go too far on this, because if we're just going to be on opposite sides, let's just vote it. We don't have to spend a lot of time, but I'm feeling like, well, if they're going to do all these hours, and we've said as a state that if you're going to do all of these hours, you should be going through the training, then we should have them go through the training.
Could I follow up real quick, Madam Chair?
Please.
Before we move on?
Yes, please.
I can understand what you're saying, and I agree with you if their job was expanded into other areas. What they're doing is the same job over and over and over, day after day, that they're already doing, just putting in more hours doing the same job.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Representative Costain, and then the sponsor has something also to add.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm sitting here listening to all this testimony. Can you tell me, Madam Chair, what you are looking for so that we could have a bill here that we could all together support? Is it that you want these guys to do the full-time academy, or is there a weapons piece, deadly force condensed thing that they could do, or what is it that you're looking for? Because I agree with Representative Newman. These guys aren't real police officers. I mean, I don't take that the wrong way, Sheriff, but I mean, they're not out answering domestic calls. They're not doing traffic accidents. They're not doing investigations. All they're doing is transporting prisoners. So I agree that there's really, it's backed up as the academy is. This would be such a waste of taxpayers' money to send these guys for an 18-week academy, and all they're doing is transporting prisoners. So I guess that's where it's at. I mean, what are you guys looking for? And maybe instead of getting the divided report, we table this for a week, and maybe we could get together, a few of us, and work this and try to come up with something instead of, because I think it's going to benefit the whole state with the sheriff's office, the way they transport people. Just a thought.
Thank you for that, Representative Costain, and thank you for your patience as we struggle with this issue. I'm always open to try to work on something that gets us into a centralized place. And I have to say that Representative Newman described this bill in a way that I've never heard it described before, and I have a better understanding than I've ever understood before. But I still have a philosophical difference, I think, from other folks, in that for me, I really feel like whether you're inside a jail or a prison guarding other humans, or you're working with them in a van or a car, or you're walking them from one building to another, there is certain training that I want those folks to have that creates, hopefully, or maybe a different level of interaction, an interaction that we believe is important for COs when they're working with folks that are incarcerated. I want that also for the people that are interacting with them while they're transporting them somewhere. And that's sort of how I feel like if we believe in the training for the interactions within the building, why don't we have the same training for the interactions outside of the building? Does that help explain where I'm coming from?
Can I follow up with you?
Please.
So I feel the training that the people are using inside, they really have the same training as outside. I mean, a lot of times, guys that are transporting people in some counties, I'm not saying all, but they're the same people as Senator DeChambeau says that, the guards are actually part of their duties may be transporting people. So I think they're doing the same thing. They have the authority to use deadly force inside. But once they step out the door, they don't have the authority. So it's the same people. It could be me today. I could be inside, and tomorrow I could be transporting them. So I have deadly force inside if I need to use that, but I don't have it outside. You follow me? So it's the same training.
I follow you, but I thought that a transport officer was something different than a corrections officer. Otherwise, why wouldn't we call them a corrections officer?
No, today there might be a correction officer. Tomorrow you might be a transport officer.
So
a few years back, and the next day you might be a court officer, but they don't do that anymore. But yeah, I mean, I think they use the same people for both jobs sometimes, or a lot of the time. Is that correct, Sheriff? I don't want to speak out of turn.
Yeah, in some jails, they do use corrections officers, very few, that transport people without firearms. But let's say that the person gets unruly, the inmate gets unruly. The minute they lay a hand on that person, non-deadly force, to try to corral them, they don't have the authority. We're spending a lot of time on, I'm not thinking about transport officers using force against inmates. The difference between being in the jail where you've got the authority and being outside of the jail is the fact that there are people with guns. There are people with bad intentions that want to break people out of jail. And this is why it's important to have the ability to use the force. You know, generally these transport officers know the people they're transporting, and there's a great relationship. But if somebody were to, let's say I'm taking a person to the courthouse and that person has committed a sex offense against a child, you know, the family is going to be very emotional about that. And people have gone up and wanted to take retribution. Well, if don't have the authority and I'm transporting this person, I have an obligation to defend the person I'm transporting. And if I don't have the authority to do that, then I'm unable to do my job. So I think we're focusing on what the officer could do for the inmate. That's a possibility. The biggest possibility is what happens once you leave, because you're leaving a secure facility and you're going out into the public where you don't know what's going to go on. Does that make sense, Representative Warren?
It does. And that's why I keep saying, I believe it's a philosophical, I believe that it's a philosophical difference. And I'm sort of trying to get a sense from my members through my text messaging if they're interested in tabling and taking some time so that we can see if we can come to a place, or if they're feeling like they're not going to be able to get on board, so we might as well just dispose of this right now. So why don't we move on to other questions, and let us continue this communication. Representative Costain.
I'm all set, ma'am. My hand was up. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you, Representative. I have Representative Pickett, then Senator DeChambeau, and then Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sheriff, to try to get something here so we can get a grasp on what we're talking about here. A transport officer, what is the difference between a transport officer and a corrections officer? Is as far as training to have how to deal with prisoners, to know how to deal with inmates and stuff? Do they know and build those relationships? Are they around those people? And the only difference is that they are transporting them, and because they transport them and they lose the opportunity to do the deadly force from inside to outside. They need that for the protection of themselves and the community and whoever else they're around while the prisoner is outside the walls. Is that correct?
Yes. The transport officer is a corrections officer with additional training, the correction certification plus the law enforcement pre-service. And it's an assignment that generally in some big agencies, that's all they do. They start as a corrections officer, they work their way up. They had to get the additional training, the law enforcement pre-service. They had the interview, and then they are transport officers, and generally they transport inmates all the time.
So then they know these inmates as well as anybody that they would be transporting here and there. The only difference is we're asking to give them the authority to be able to have a weapon and have the authority to use force if they need to. That's all we're doing here. Is that correct?
Yes, and today my staff carry weapons and do that. It's just I do it through another means, which is
do your transport officers, because do they go and have that firearms? They obviously have the firearms training, so they know exactly what it is. They're familiar with their weapons, familiar with firearms and all those things before they ever do a transport with armed. Is that correct?
Exactly. They go through the same firearms training that I go through, and I've gone through my whole career. Other training, specific to transports, like, occasionally we'll have the U.S. Marshals who do transports for the federal government, federal law enforcement agencies, and come in and work with them on how to guide them from one place to another, et cetera. So when they're assigned to that, our training focuses on what the tasks they do on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you very much, Sheriff.
Senator DeChambeau.
Oops. Hi. I've been taking notes here. And I'm glad I'm listening more and more about transport officers or what have you. That's why I looked at that first section. Transport officers in county jails do transport people to court. I just found out that the Department of Corrections does that very rarely, but they do. Someone said, they might need more training. You've just heard that they've got the same caliber of training as correctional officers. But I know, having worked there, that the larger county jails like Cumberland or Penobscot, to a lesser extent, York, Androscoggin, Somerset, the same transport officers come. And if you're going to do any training, they are the subject matter experts. They're the ones that know how to transport. The first thing when Cumberland comes into the garage to drop off prisoners to be in reception, they take out their firearm and put it in a locked box. The procedure is different. Prisoners act differently in a car that's going to transport them to the main state prison. They know how to manage that. They have a good sense of humor with them. They know which places to stop and not stop. And the most important thing, especially for Cumberland and Penobscot, whose officers only do transport, the transport officers, that's what they do. And the reason that's all they do is they're at the correctional center probably every day or 3 times a week. And it takes a long time. And plus they're transporting people who were sentenced, let's say from Piscataquis County. They might transport them from Piscataquis to Penobscot to take them down to Windham. The most important information they can ever receive is from the correctional officer as the prisoner's getting into the car, what type of prisoner there is and where they're going and what they're facing. That's what a correctional officer wants. It's not additional training or anything. It's the information so they can have a safe transport. And they're 2 different animals, the county jail or the correctional officers in the prison. So just wanted to share some of that information.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Pluker.
I'm still trying to get clear. It's probably just because it's late on a Friday. Sheriff Joyce, your correctly deputized transport officers currently have all of the deadly force, which is outlined in this bill. Is that correct?
They do as part-time deputies or part-time law enforcement officers.
And so would this bill work for you if we just said properly deputized transport officers have the ability to work 2,040 or 2,080 hours a year? So if we didn't mention anything about deadly force, we just said they have the ability to work full-time.
It would get me there, but then you kind of do away with the requirement that if a part-time officer is doing police work more than 1,040 hours, they should really go to the 18-week academy. I think that type of verbiage might undo that requirement, if that makes sense, Representative Booker. So in other words, right now I'm utilizing that, knowing that I'm violating the 1,040 issue so that they have the authority. But I still believe that if somebody's going to be doing law enforcement, not transports, law enforcement, and they're working more than 1,040 hours, why wouldn't you want to send them to the 18-week academy? So I would just be cautious on that, because that's there for a reason. And that's mandating that if you're doing law enforcement, you're doing it more than a part-timer would, 1,040, then you really should go to the 18-week academy. That makes sense.
and I haven't looked at the actual statute on transport officers, but transport officers are a separate job classification than a law enforcement officer. Is that right?
Yes, and if you looked at transport officer, you would see the title and the definition. And then it makes all kinds of assumptions that the transport officer does their job. And that's what this bill does is the transport officer was put in there in 2004, 2006, somewhere around there, to avoid us having to send our transport officers to the 18-week academy. What they didn't do is they didn't put the authority that the transport officer has. This bill gives them the authority. Does that make sense or clarify?
Yes, I was still thinking that it was possible to have a transport officer work full-time, but not have a law enforcement officer work full-time.
Yeah, I think if you, again, I'd have to see it, but the way you described it, I think you would undo, because I'm calling them a commissioned deputy to try to go around the authority issue. I'd rather not call them a commissioned deputy. I'd rather call them a transport officer and have them have the authority under that, because what it does is it makes me violate the law that I have to send them to the academy.
So these guys are not transport officers, they're commissioned deputies. And commissioned deputies should not work more than 1,040 hours without going to training.
Yes.
Thank you. Yep.
Representative Costain.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So what if we were to put more training standards around for us to do this around, maybe instead of qualifying once a year, they qualify twice a year, and a few hours, whatever we come up with, of deadly force training on top of that? Would something like that work for you guys? That way they're getting the training.
I'm open to that. I mean, I don't want to downplay the fact that I don't think these guys should go to the 18-week academy. I just don't think that's the training they need. I'm open to additional training if that makes getting these guys the authority under transport officers. If that seals the deal, I have no problem in some additional training. I'm sure the academy could come up with, they do have standards, but we could beef that up.
Yeah, I mean, if we put in that standard for transport officers, Representative Warren, your thoughts?
I'm farther away than I was before when I heard Sheriff Joyce say that he didn't support what Representative Pluker was saying because he does think there needs to be more training. It felt like he was making an argument for exactly what we're thinking of. We think these people need more training too.
That's what I'm throwing out to you guys.
Right.
That's what I'm throwing out.
Yeah.
More.
Let's hear from some other folks and see what their response is. Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I saw Representative Corey's hand up first. If he wants to go, I'm happy to defer.
Okay, do you want to answer Representative Costain's question, or you'd like to have Representative Corey go first?
Representative Corey can go first.
Okay, Representative Corey.
Thank you. I really do appreciate the committee struggling with this bill and trying to sort of arrive at something. I'm very willing to work with the committee, and I'm sure Sheriff Joyce is as well, to figure out what training it is beyond, that very short training that, an officer that works under 1,040, hours actually, undergoes. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's CIT training. I don't know if that's, these are already, correctional officers, it sounds like, so that they've, certainly been through some of that, but I'm certainly willing to look at that. I think that, I think it speaks to a much kind of larger issue with, the under 1,040 hours in the, criminal justice academy, casework or work that, schoolwork that goes along with being able to work that, if I'm looking at, somebody that just has gone through that very kind of minimal training, in Old Orchard Beach, do you know what I mean? Walking the streets as a full, police officer versus a correctional officer that works with the residents at the jails or prisons nonstop. In my mind, I think that correctional officer has a heck of a lot more training and experience than a part-time police officer working a very small. But if there's additional training that the committee feels as though they should have beyond that 2 weeks or whatever that they're getting in use of deadly force and use of just force, we can certainly look at that for sure. So I don't know.
Okay, thank you for that, Representative Corey. I think in some ways we're having exactly the same conversation we had last year. We had exactly the same issues. And so I think you probably have a pretty good idea of what our issues are. And if you could come up with a way to fix those issues, Representative Corey and Sheriff Joyce, maybe we could get a little closer to a place. And I am only speaking for myself. I am not speaking for my colleagues. Representative Lookner and then Representative Reckitt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this could be a question for Sheriff Joyce or anybody else who knows the answer. And I think this is maybe a question that I should have asked at the public hearing. Is this, how many times in the state of Maine have we needed transport officers to have this authority to use deadly force? Is this something that's happening routinely where we have prisoners in transport who are threatening the lives of other prisoners or the drivers? Is this something, why, or they just want this authority if it ever happens? Is this a problem that we're actually encountering, or is this just a bill that's being introduced as, well, we'd like this authority in the hypothetical circumstance that it ever does happen?
So the answer is that I cannot think of any time in my 36 years that thankfully nobody's had to use this. I think if quick Google search, you would find that probably in the last year, there was a transport officer, I believe in California, that was overpowered by an inmate, grabbed his gun and killed the transport officer. So, yes, knock on wood, we've not had any issues that I can think of. This, theoretically, we'll have police officers go through their whole career. They have the authority to use force and may never use force, at least deadly force, thankfully, in their whole career. But the one time they need it, they've got the ability to do that. So this is just preventative. Keep in mind, our mission statement is to keep the inmates safe and secure in a humane manner for us. Safe is protecting them from somebody outside when we're transporting them, and secure obviously is part of that. So hopefully that answered your question, Representative Lichtner.
It did. I'm happy as well that this is not an issue that's happening in Maine, and that did clarify my question. Thanks.
Anyone else? Thoughts of the committee?
Can I speak to the training issue, Representative Warren, quickly?
Quickly, yes, thank you.
This updated bill is really the cleaned up version. You guys had some issues with mental health last year. If you remember, NAMI had some issues with it as well. We had meetings with NAMI and the Department of Corrections, about 3 or 4 meetings, to make sure that some mental health training was given, by a certain level of trainer. And it met at that time NAMI's concerns over this. Just to tell you, just to let you know that that work was done last year and this is the culmination of it, if that matters. Thank you.
It of course matters. Thank you, Sheriff. Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we determine which way we're going here, I want to take a 5-minute break. And could I have the bill sponsor? I will be calling you. I have a question to ask you. I'll be giving you a call on that break. Could we take a break for 5?
That sounds great. Thank you, folks. I'll send out a link.
hasn't worked over the past.
I was muted. Okay, we are back. Representative Pickett.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank the committee for being willing to indulge us with that break. And I've been in touch with the sponsor and talked with him. We have a motion on the floor, ought to pass as amended, and I think we've had some spirited debate, some good debate, a lot of information given to and from. And I really don't think that any one of us here in this committee would ever want to do anything that would put one of our officers, a transport officer, in a bad position, or put them in a position not to be able to take and to protect not only themselves, but anybody else from something happening, including even the prisoner on the transport. And all we're trying to do is just give them the authority to do the job they're already doing right now. And so I don't see the benefit in really turning around and tabling this and trying to go any. I think it's a common sense bill. I think we had a Democrat sponsor last year, and now we have a Republican sponsor. We're still in all the things we asked the sheriff and others that were working the bill last year to do. They've went and they've come back with a good solid bill. So I myself personally, I think we should just move on. It's ready, and I would just I'm going to be supporting the bill.
Thank you, Representative Costain.
Yes, can we call a question?
Yes, thank you. I was wondering if you were going to do that. Okay, great. Everyone all set? And Deb, would you call the roll?
I will. Can you tell me who seconded that long ago motion, though?
I did.
Thank you.
Oh,
You're right, Senator.
Oh, good. Thank you, Senator Searway.
The motion is ought to pass as amended on LD 1128. Please unmute and turn your camera on for the roll call vote. Representative Warren,
No.
Representative Morales,
No.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner,
No.
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Pluker,
No.
Representative Reckett,
She had to go to a doctor's appointment.
okay, Representative Reckett is absent. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway,
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau,
Yes.
Oh, Lois is back. Representative Reckitt's back.
Representative Reckett, did you hear the motion?
My vote is no.
Thank you.
Jane, excuse me, Representative Pluker has our report.
Are you ready? Jane, did you catch it when I said it earlier, or shall I restate?
Can we have the vote first?
Oh, sorry.
Sure. Ought to pass as amended. The vote is 6. No is, minority report is 4 with 3 absent.
So which side is the minority report?
So yes is ought to pass as amended is 6.
Thank you. Jane, you're muted if you are talking to us. It's been a long week for all of us.
Thank you. Sorry. I thought I had 5 voting no.
1, 2, 3, 4. Correct.
Okay.
With Representative Reckitt's vote.
Yeah. Representative Pluker, I think you said take Part A out of the bill.
That's right. So just the death benefit aspect of it.
And there's a workers' comp provision in there in Part B.
Just point it out to me. I'm sure it's what we want.
I wanted to make sure you,
Repayment interim waiver. No.
in Part B, B6 and B7, amend Title 39A, that's workers' comp.
Yes, that's the workers' comp for communicable diseases for transport officers.
Yes, and I just meant, there's not just one thing in there, there's also the death benefits piece.
Yes.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Representative Corey. Thank you, Sheriff Joyce. So, Rockstar Committee,
It was nice to see everybody.
it was good to see you too.
I would have liked a better vote.
Representative.
I'm gonna tell you what, had I been able to bring you candy and butter you up, that would have been
Madam
much
Chair.
Yes, Representative.
Maybe that's true.
Yeah, could I have the minority, was it an ought to pass amended, a different version? Was that what it was?
Yes, ought to pass as amended, just removing section A.
Okay, thank you.
And could I jump in real quick? I know we all want to run away. On LD 1683, which we just scheduled, I believe, for Wednesday of next week, which is my bill on hazard pay. The bargaining unit or the bargaining agent and the administration has a deadline to try to figure this out by May 15th. So I know we want to try to get all our public hearings in next week, which we can if we want to go ahead and do that. But if we delayed the public hearing until after the 15th, then we would know if they had been able to resolve it before hearing the bill.
Could you explain why May 15th? What's going on?
The AFSCME has a bargaining agreement with the state of Maine that the hazard pay would continue for all of the employees of the Department of Corrections who are in contact with residents until the state of emergency ends. But the state of Maine ended those payments when the federal money ran out.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they've gone to arbitration or what, but they have until May 15th to settle it between themselves.
Let's move it to May 17th, and here's why, something that we haven't shared with you guys yet because it just happened. Remember the bill that you've all gotten a ton of email about, which is the emergency bill from the administration about aquaculture, the 1473 maybe. We've got to add that to Wednesday. And my suspicion is that's going to be a pretty long public hearing. So I wanted to give you guys a warning that Wednesday would be a very, very, very long day. And so I have no problem if Susan agrees with moving Bill's bill to Friday.
Yeah, because I don't understand the 15th, that nothing that we would do would affect AFSCME, I don't believe.
Yeah, I think our decision today is just on scheduling.
Yeah.
The sponsor's asking if we could schedule it on a different day. Would you agree to moving it to the 17th?
Yes.
Okay. So is everybody clear about Wednesday? I think it's going to be a super long day because we already had a bunch of other hearings and then we added that one to it. Okay.
Well, and then my bill's that day too.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, the lights might go off here in the State House at that time, and we may have to leave early.
Well, you'll
Bring
be
flashlights.
You'll be doing it with from your cell phones in the car.
Have a good weekend.
We did 46 bills this week, you guys, so you're pretty awesome. 46 bills.
Nicely done. That was amazing. And then collectively among us, right? Add
Yeah.
that.
So have a wonderful weekend.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.